Go. What's up, everybody? Happy 4th of July.
Tutorial on Ansible Basics. In this tutorial, we will edit an Ansible inventory file to add our control node and 2 target nodes. Then we will use Ansible playbooks to install Apache, Java, and Jenkins on the 2 target nodes. We'll walk you through the steps required to automate the installation process of these resources on a remote server. Before we get started in this demonstration, we will be using 3 Ubuntu instances, created in AWS EC2. If you haven't done so already, create 3 Ubuntu instances using the AMI ID on the screen and in the description. Use the key in the associated Git repository to SSH to the instances. Use a tool like PuTTY or OpenSSH to SSH to the control node, where you will clone the Ansible intro GitHub repo, update the inventory file, and execute a command to retrieve the Jenkins initial password. Now, let's begin by cloning the Ansible intro repository. This repository contains the necessary playbooks and an inventory file. Open your terminal and use the command on the screen and in the description to clone the repository. Next, we need to update the inventory file with the IP addresses of our control node and target nodes. Open the inventory file in your preferred text editor. Edit the inventory file to include the IP addresses of your control node and target nodes. Save and close the file once done. A note about inventory files. There are a few different ways that you can model inventory files: the traditional INI format or YAML format. In YAML format, you have a couple of different options: the more verbose option, or the condensed option, which takes advantage of the list building capabilities of YAML. The traditional II format is being displayed. Now here is the same inventory file in verbose or expanded YAML format. Now here's the same inventory file in condensed YAML. In this demonstration, we'll use the more traditional INI format, but I'd recommend using the condensed YAML for future projects. We can collect the IP addresses of your control node and target nodes from the AWS Management Console. Copy the public IP address for each instance and add them to the inventory file. All of the instances are the same, so it doesn't matter which IP you use for the control node and the target nodes. We'll use this instance for target node 1. And we'll use this instance for target node 2. With our inventory file updated, we can now run the playbooks to install Java on all instances, Apache on the web servers, and Jenkins on the control node. We'll start by running the webservers.yaml playbook to install Apache on the web servers, aka the target nodes, with the Ansible playbook command displayed on the screen. If this is the first time you have run a playbook on the target nodes, you will be prompted to accept the key presented by the target nodes. Type yes to accept the key presented by the target node. Type yes again for each target node. When the playbook run completes, we can verify successful installation by entering the IP address to each target node, the web servers, from the inventory file into the address bar of a browser, like Chrome. You should see the text, "Hello World." I'm a programmer now, displayed in the browser. Will tests each web server to verify that Apache was installed correctly and that the default index page has been updated, then move on to installing Java and Jenkins. Now we'll install Java on the control node as well as both web servers. We'll do this by running the install java.yml playbook using the Ansible playbook command while referencing our inventory file. Since we have not yet run any playbook on the control node, we will be prompted to accept the key presented by the control node. Type yes to accept the key presented by the control node. When playbook execution completes, we should be able to verify successful Java installation by running the java --" version command on the screen and in the description. We should see the OpenJDK version and runtime environment details displayed. Once the Java installation is complete and confirmed on all three nodes, we can then run the install jenkins.yml playbook to complete the Jenkins installation on the control node. After the playbooks run successfully, we can verify that Jenkins is installed and running by accessing it through a web browser. By default, Jenkins runs on port 8080, so we open a browser and navigate to http://your-server-IP:8080 to verify the install. Since we just installed Jenkins, we'll need to SSH into the control node to retrieve the initial password using the command on the screen and in the description. Once we have the initial password, we can use it to log into Jenkins. We will skip installing plugins for now, as we will install only the plugins we need in future demos. We will also skip creating a new account and just continue as admin for now. In instance configuration, we'll accept the default path and port by clicking Save and Finish. Now that installation and configuration are complete, Jenkins is ready to use. Click the Start Using Jenkins button to view the Jenkins console. Thank you for watching. Part 2, Creating and Editing Playbooks, coming soon. Smash the like button if you enjoyed the video. Subscribe and ring the bell to be notified when Part 2 is posted.
Drop it to the flow, drop it to the flow then. Now lean then. Turn around then. Turn around then. Now wiggle, 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 wiggle. Play dead like. Then. Strike a pose like. Then. Take the lady like. Hey, she fine. Then.
Now let's delve into iterative planning. Imagine breaking down a project into smaller cycles or iterations. Each cycle produces a potentially shippable part of the product, allowing for regular feedback and adjustments. It's not about waiting until every feature is complete. It's about completing a build and passing tests, learning and adapting as we go. Let's clarify the difference between the two. Meanwhile, with iterative planning, you might have certain services completed, like login and registration credentials and maybe a landing page, without necessarily completing every feature before release. First, continuous refinement of work and processes will allow the team to deliver a winning product over time without trying to resolve every issue in the first iteration. Next, feedback-driven development ensures that our work stays aligned with the requirements and goals of the customer.
Question 5. What factors should you consider when estimating user stories? A, individual preferences. B, a story owner's opinions. C, complexity, effort, and uncertainty. Or D, urgency of completion. Question number 4. What is the purpose of estimating user stories in Agile? Is it A, to assign blame for delays? Or is it B, detailed task allocation? Or is it C, planning and prioritization? Or is it D, fixing bugs? Question number 3. In Agile, what does the term definition of done refer to? Is it A, the scope of the project? Or is it B, time allocation for each task? Or is it C, shared understanding of quality standards? Or is it D, the initial project plan? Question number 2. What is the purpose of sprint planning? Is it A, defining detailed tasks? Or is it B, planning the work for the upcoming sprint? Or is it C, reviewing completed tasks? Or is it D, finalizing project timelines?
Nice.
Question number 1. What is the primary goal of Agile planning? Is it A, comprehensive documentation? Or is it B, predictive planning? Or is it C, adaptability and value delivery? Or is it D, rigid schedules? Agile Planning Quiz. Question number 1. What is the primary goal of Agile planning? What's going on? What up? We're not in this bitch? Creating interactive quiz. There we go. That's better. Looks like we had a little snafu there, so to make sure that we were live and direct and in the spot. How you doing? Antoine Victor here. Pro Data Man Trains. It's a Saturday, so we're in the upstairs studio, not the downstairs one. Let me turn this down a little bit so I can see what I'm saying. So today, what I'm going to do, or what I'm going to attempt to do, that is finish up the interactive video quiz that I started working on last night. Now, the goal here is to create an interactive video quiz where you can go to YouTube or wherever I link it from. It'll go to YouTube, and there'll be a video. Something like, let's see here, like this one here. I've already uploaded some of these videos onto YouTube, so bear with me for just a moment, and I'll pull up YouTube Studio. Close these extra windows that I don't need right now. All right, so let's see what we got. All right, so what we've got here is here. Let me bring you into the fold. Well, let me summarize real quick. So yesterday, I created a slide deck. And that slide deck is going to include a series of 5 questions. Is it 5? Might be 6 or believe it's a series of 5 questions. Let's verify. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, so there's 5 questions in this slide deck. And the 5 questions each have 4 multiple choice answers, A, B, C, D. And so the idea is that you'll go and watch the first video, which will be the question. And then at the end of the question video, you'll have an opportunity to select your answer. And you'll select your answer by choosing a link in the end card to one of the 4 multiple choice answers. Each of those answers obviously will be a YouTube video. So the idea is that you watch one video, and in the end card at the end, there'll be 4 video choices. And each of those video choices will be one of the answers, A, B, C, or D. Now, yesterday, what I did is I made these videos with their thumbnails. If we jump into the computer here, you can see I've got some videos here. Actually, no, we're in the live. Let's go back to the video list. And you can see here that I've got a list of videos that I created yesterday. I'm gonna record some new ones today. That's why I'm wearing the same outfit again. Gotta maintain continuity. Although I did switch up the studio a little bit, so the camera quality is probably a little higher because I brought the camera from downstairs up here instead of using the webcam on the laptop. So anywho, so that will be a little bit different. I may have to re-record all of these videos because I think if we take a look at this first one, the video might be a little fuzzier than I am right now. But let's take a look. Let's see what it looks like. It looks a little fuzzy to me. Oh, also, yeah, I'm definitely going to have to re-record it because I was trying to resolve this video quality issue yesterday, so I downscaled the video. I'm not going to get into it now, but I've got a EOS. I guess I am going to get into it now. I've got a EOS Rebel T7, and it doesn't have clean HDMI out, so I was using. I was using USB, and not even USB-C, some old school slow USB, to use the Rebel as a webcam. And that seemed to be working okay when I wasn't running anything else. But as soon as I fired up OBS and I had it on a screen share with some video overlay stuff going on in the background, it failed miserably. It was horrible. So it started ticking. My lips weren't keeping up. By the way, how are my lips looking today? Blah 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 blah. La 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 la. I don't know. I think it looks okay in OBS down here as I watch it on the screen, but I won't know until we go and play this back. It may be just that my little laptop, although it's a reasonably powerful Pavilion with an i7, 16 gig of RAM. It's reasonably powerful, but I might need to go down to the studio and use the full power of the studio desktop down there if I really want solid video. But like I said, it looks good on the screen here, so hopefully switching the camera out and not using that old school USB on the T7 pick this up. Anyway, I'm rambling on, but that's what happens when you're on the live stream. Welcome to the live stream, baby. Welcome to the live stream. You're in my living room, or I'm in my living room. You're probably in your living room or in your office. But it's cold in Seattle, and my studio's downstairs in the basement, and it's cold and gloomy, and I like to be upstairs in the light. So I kind of took some of my extra equipment and moved my studio upstairs, where I've also got the 70-inch screen over there so I can watch some videos and stuff in the background. But I won't distract you guys with my nerd out on YouTube in the background. Rather, let's go ahead and dive right in here. So let's play this video. Why is there no sound? Oh, because Okay, so in this video, I've just got the Jeopardy theme music playing, and the idea in this video is that I'm waiting for the user to select an answer. Now, key point here. Why did nothing pop up? Am I playing this on YouTube? Hang on. Why are my end cards not playing? So what's supposed to be happening here? Let's take a look. This one has cards. Oh wait, I don't want the cards. I want the end cards. End screen. Here we go. So it's got an end screen. Okay, so here's one of the rules. If you don't worry about writing these down or anything, they're in the video description. So let's go to the video description, by the way, so you can follow along and so I don't miss anything. If we look in the video description for this particular live stream here, is that this one? No, that's not. Let's go live, and we are in this one. If we look at the description for this one, these are the rules. Hey. Where'd they go? I typed all these damn rules out and they're not there. That's some bullshit. Oh, that's gonna annoy me if those are gone. I spent a long time typing that stuff out and you guys don't even get to see it. Okay, well, let's type out the rules again. Damn, that sucks. Is it in the paste buffer maybe? No, it is not. Okay, so the rules of the road. So what we're doing here is we're creating a video quiz, and there are rules to follow. First, when you type your rules, make sure they save correctly. All right, so the rules to follow. Rule number 1, or rather 3 rules to follow. And rule number 1 is we need to create 2 videos. Create, 2 videos. 2 videos for the question, right? And what I mean by that is we have to create 1 video for the question and, hey, what happened? Tab, dash. All right, so we have to create 1 video for the question and the select answer, the waiting for the select answer, like you just saw what I was playing there. And then 1 video for just the select answer. All right. Second rule is the select answer video must be at least 30 seconds long. By the way, I learned all this stuff last night. And so why does the select video or select answer video need to be at least 30 seconds long? Well, that's because the end card that we're going to use, the end cards that we're going to use, can only be placed on videos that are at least 25 seconds long. And we want to give the user at least 5 seconds to make a selection. Also, end cards are visible for a maximum of 20 seconds. Use it all. So really what that means is, I guess we should say not at least, or yeah, we'll say at least, but we're going to say 20 to 40 seconds long. And then number 3, answer video must be at least 25 seconds long. Why? Because of this again. The end cards can only be placed on videos that are 25 seconds long. We want to give the user at least 5 seconds to navigate back to select answer. Now, this is the part that I'm trying to solve in a more automated way. So if anybody knows of a way to automatically go back to a video at the end of other videos, like I've got 4 answers. I've got answer A, answer B, answer C, and answer D. And what I really want to do is if you answer, spoiler alert, the correct answer for this quiz is C. But if you answer anything but C, I want you to go back to the select answer video again. So here, let's take a look. So let me save this. Maybe that's what happened last time. I did save it. So now that I've saved that, you guys should be able to see that in the description. But if we go, wait a minute. Okay, yeah. So if we watch this video real quick here. This video, we're waiting 20 seconds for the end cards to appear. And I guess the end cards aren't appearing because I'm in edit mode here. The end cards can't appear until 20 seconds in. So you can't see that because I'm in the way. But 20 seconds in, here, 20 seconds in, you still can't see them because they're not appearing because of the way that I'm watching this. But 20 seconds in is where those end cards appear. So let me go be just a regular Joe. This is where I was editing those videos, actually. I'll leave that up. I'm using all that, so let's get rid of this. I'm not using this right now. Let's go to YouTube. And on YouTube, I just want to be a regular Joe, watching the videos. Let's go to our channel. And let's see. Weird. Why does that say upcoming? That's the one. That's the one I just did. And that's probably where my text is that I'm not using here. Let's see here. Creating an interactive quiz. No, that's us. What's the difference? Where are these damn videos? Your videos. I guess they're unlisted, maybe. So while we're waiting, why did the cookie go to the hospital? Anybody? Anybody know why the cookie went to the hospital? No? Because he felt crummy. Anyway, all right, so let's see here. We've got question, agile planning quiz. There we go. So we asked the question. That's the first video, and I think this is in a playlist. So let's. Wait, are they all in this one? Okay, so I actually want this to be public. I want that to be public, and I want this one to be public also. Okay, so now this is the video. It's 32 seconds long, so that means we have 12 seconds to make our selection. I don't want to be in here in video editing details. I want to view it on YouTube. There we go. All right, so we're watching the video. We're just a regular old unsuspecting student. Watching the video. Although, hold on. Okay, push it full screen. Okay, there you go. Okay, so keep game. Pause. So at 20 seconds, we're at 25 seconds now. So at 20 seconds, oh no, it looks like at 25 seconds. No, it was at 20 seconds. Word. Okay. So, wait a minute. Yeah, so right in about 20 seconds, all of these end cards appear. And that's when we begin to give our students, our quiz takers, the opportunity. Oh, there it is. Now I can make it full screen. The opportunity to answer our quiz questions, right? So this is why we have the rule that it has to be at least 25 seconds long, because our answers appear right there at 20 seconds. Oops, I didn't mean to click on it. So as we click on our answer, agile planning is not it takes us to long horizon planning. In fact, the incorrect answer. Now, like I said, I recorded this stuff last night, and it was last night that I discovered that the end cards can only be used on videos that are at least 25 seconds long. Hence, this video is only 19 seconds long. There's no end card. There's no opportunity to create an end card. So that's a problem. I'm going to have to make this video longer. So I was thinking that what I would do is, what am I going to do? I don't know. I'm on the fence here. Like I said, I've never done this before, so I'm kind of working it out live and direct. You guys are seeing the thought process here. But if anybody's watching, hit me up in the comments if you got any ideas. But my thinking right now is that I'm going to either, what am I going to do? I'm going to either add to the end. Maybe that's the easiest thing to do. Thinking out loud. I think maybe what I'm going to do is I'm going to add to each one of these incorrect answers the question video again. Right? If I do that, actually I can do that without re-recording. I'm still thinking about it. Let's think. So if at the end of each incorrect answer, I just bind in the wait for you to choose the right, wait for you to choose the answer again, that gives me that whole 30-second video again, added on top of my 19-second video that I've already got here. So I could put that means I could put the end card earlier. I think that's what we're gonna go with. Okay. So that's why we have the video split. So today I thought I was gonna be recording. I don't need to have the same outfit on because I'm not recording. I'll drink to that. I'm not recording. We're just editing today. So the editing is going to be so simple, I think, because all I have to do is go back to my original project here. And let's see here. I'm going to take, well, I kind of wanted to do better video, but screw it. I will do better video on the next ones. So I'm in Canva here. And I've got my initial quiz. Question number 1. Agile planning quiz, question number 1 stuff. And then over here, what is the primary goal of agile planning? Where I ask the question, and then we go into Lady Tatey mode. And then at the end of this, so I'm just going to take this and let's go into this mode here. I'm going to take this. I'm going to copy it. No, I'm not going to copy it. I'm just going to move it. Can I move it? Down here to the end. So now, what's this? But anyway, so now what I'm going to do as I output this, let's go back to normal view here. As I output this, I should be able to just include that at the end of every video. Planning quiz. Question number 1. What is the primary goal of agile planning? Question number 1. What is the primary goal of agile planning? Agile planning quiz. Question number 1. What is the primary goal of agile planning? The primary goal of agile planning is not. Okay. So now what I need to do, okay, this will be the first experiment. These 2 pages, page 3 and page 4, are the answer to, can I merge pages? Split page, add page, delete page, duplicate page, lock pages, add transition. Now just, what if I click split page? Oh, because it's going to split it where the cursor is. All right, anyway, whatever. So I'm going to output these 2 pages, page 3, page 4, and then I'm also going to output page 8. So page 3, page 4, and page 8. Let's output that. We're going to download, not all pages, but page 3, page 4, and page 8. Now you'll understand why I put that page at the end, because whatever the pages output in order. So I'm going to do page 3, page 4, and page 8. And then I'm going to do page 5 and page 8, and page 6 and page 8, and page 7 and page 8. And that way the wait for the correct answer, wait for you to select an answer, will always be at the end of the video. Anyway, so that's what we got here. Let's say done and download. I'm actually glad I don't have to record. I wasn't sure how recording and live streaming was going to work out. I've done it before on the desktop downstairs in the studio, but I wasn't sure how that was going to work out on my laptop. I don't think my laptop can take all that juice at once. All right, so it looks like that's going to take a minute. So basically what we're going to do is we're going to go back to YouTube. Actually, let me update these instructions, these rules to follow. Okay, so at the end of this rule here, we're going to say, what's going on? What's going on? There's some kind of weird delay going on. OBS says I'm using 40% of the CPU. I think I had my belly on the space bar. But it is still using 39% of the CPU. It's definitely doing some processing. It's doing weird stuff. Okay, so we're going to add to the end of the rules here. Looks like it downloaded our video. So add to the end of our rules here. Add the select answer video to the end of each incorrect answer. Video. So answer videos just need to be whatever, half of 40 seconds. So answer videos, whatever. You get the idea. I'm not going to save that. We'll work out the kinks on the way. So let's try this first video now. Okay. Alrighty. So we got our video that that is our answer A. So first things first, let's upload that Biznatch. I'm gonna go to, where is it? Videos. Upload a video. That's perfect. That solves all those little problems I thought I was going to have. All right, so this video is Q1A. Question 1, answer A. Okay. These are going to be hidden, so I'm going to do the same thing here. Q1AA. Oh. I have text for these already, I think, so I'm going to leave that blank for now. We'll come back to that. And now we can do an end screen. So now that we can do an end screen, we can import the end screen that has the 4 answers again. Booyaka. Except for answer A. We're going to switch answer A to this guy. Can we do that? Is that the one we just did? Question 1, answer A? That's the one we're selecting. All right, and then save. And now do the same thing again. That's happy. Visibility, we're going to keep that unlisted because we don't want anybody else to see it. Booyaka. And that one's done. Okay, so now we're going to go back to Canva and we're going to do the same thing with answer B. There we go. We're going to do answer B. This is what page? Page 5 and page 8. So we're going to share. We're going to download. And we're not going to do all the pages again. We're going to do page 5 and page 8. That's what I said, right? Done. Okay. And then do we have to, did I click download already? Download, I say. All right. So now, same thing, but we're going to do page 6 and page 8. So share, download, not all pages, but page 6 and page 8. And then we'll do the same thing for page 7 and page 8. So that should give us all of our answer files. We'll just wait a couple seconds for that to download, and then we'll jump right back into it. Be right back. Okay, looks like we're just about done. So, let's continue on. Go back to uploading videos. Selecting files. Oh no. I just realized I don't know which one is which. So what do we got here? 339. I'm guessing that's going to be. But you know what? Before we guess and stuff, let's just go to the downloads folder and take a look. The downloads folder. What do we got? 339. I'm guessing this is going to be 1B. Primary goal of agile planning is not predictive planning or long horizon planning. In fact, we want to be agile and have the ability to adapt to changing requirements. All right, so that's Q1 AB. And this has got to be Q1 answer C. So it looks like the answer D didn't download. So I have to do that one again.
Yay!
Very good. The primary goal of agile planning. Also, I think in the future I'll add the sound effects after I'm done recording. Adding the sound effects while I'm recording. While I can do it, and it's possible to do it on the live stream like I am right now. It can be done, but as you just saw there, I think it's the laptop. On the laptop, there's not enough power and things are a little bit delayed. So I'll get better timing if I do that after the fact, or if I just take my lazy ass downstairs and use the actual studio. See, that's hella delayed. I can't have the delayed laughter and delayed whatchamacallit. So that was good. That was the wait. Was that the correct answer? Oh.
Yay!
Very good. We gotta do that one again. The
performance and to deliver value early
So-
and often.
The correct answer, we don't want to have we don't need that again because you've already answered correctly. So here, at the end of the correct answer, I guess at the end of the correct answer, at the end of the correct answer, we either paste in the next question or do we do that in a playlist? I mean, ideally, we'd want the questions to be able to stand alone, so you could come into one question and not necessarily have to do the other one. Maybe we could copy and paste those in different playlists or something like that. Always think workflow. Build for mass production. Because obviously I could have made this all one or two little videos, and that would have been probably easier. But my goal is to be able to reuse this interactive quiz for multiple different classes or workshops or presentation by simply grabbing the ones that I want, grabbing the questions and the answers that I want, and dropping them into a playlist or something. Yeah, if anybody knows a good way to do that, shoot me a message in the comments. So for now, do I paste the question in for now? Hey Google, give me a magic 8-ball.
Sure, here's a magic ball on YouTube.
It starts with a yes or no question. Does she have a crush on me? Will I pass the test? Will the Mets win the World Series? Well, they may not have always predicted the truth. Magic 8 balls are actually inspired by a real-life clairvoyant.
It's not what I want.
Do you want to hear your fortune?
Hey Google, stop.
In the 1940s, Mary...
Let's try the smart speaker, smart device wars. Alexa, can you do a magic 8-ball?
Okay, here's Magic 8-Ball. Welcome to Magic 8-Ball. Think of a yes or no question you are searching for an answer to, and the Magic 8-Ball will provide some guidance. Are you ready for your answer?
Yes.
Okay, Magic 8-Ball says, without a doubt. Would you like to ask another question?
I think you should wait for me to ask the question first. But yes, I want to ask another question. Should I add the question at... Should I... I forgot my question now. Should I paste in the next question at the end of a correct answer, or should I make it a separate video? I want to ask the Magic 8-Ball another question. Yes. Yes.
Okay, Magic 8-Ball says, signs point to yes. Would you like to ask another question?
I guess it wasn't a yes or no question, it was a this or that. But I guess the question was, yes.
Okay, Magic 8-Ball.
Should I paste the answer in at the end? Without a
Would you
doubt.
like to ask another question?
No, I guess that means I should paste the question in. Thank you.
Goodbye for now.
Deuces.
Thanks for using Magic 8-Ball.
See, Google, that's how that's done. Totally subjective. But I guess by like flipping a coin, I wasn't sure what I was going to do. I'll figure out the other thing later. for now, let's get her done. Okay, so we're going to paste the question in, question 2, at the end of this one. So we'll come back to that because I don't have question 2 yet. So I guess we do have to record some shit. Okay. Back to selecting files. So that one is not B, that's Q1A C, and that needs to be redone. So we don't even want that. And it looks like it didn't download the other one. So go back over here. Whatever. I'm downloading again because I want that one's by itself, so it's going to get the next question. This is 7. 7 and 8 for some reason didn't get done. So share, download, not all pages, but just page 7 and page 8. Download and download. Okay, so now what we've got to do now is record answer question number 2. If I stand up, and I step back, be able to see too much. Paid no attention to the man behind the curtain. All right. Chopping my head off. And I've decided that I want to be in the middle, so that means I got to flip that up. How's that? We're still in there? Huh, that did... Okay, I guess that's okay. That'll work. I kind of want to be right here anyway. I'm all the way over here. That's where I was last time. That'll do. Okay. Okie dokie. So now I guess we can finish this one real quick first. I think we want to lift that up just a little bit more. Okay, so all that for nothing, and I guess I need my chair back because I wasn't done. All right. Now I'm just ahead. Hello. Whatever. Anyway. Oops. Well, I'm gonna have to sit on my foot so you can see my head. Anyway, I don't need to be on this screen. Look away. Cap only. All right, so before I record, I want to reset the camera just to go back and do this. But before I record anything, let's go ahead and upload this file, because this file is the downloads folder. Refresh. Oh, it was here the whole time. Or no, it wasn't. Q. One A D. All right. So we're gonna upload that bad boy. Select file. Okay. And you know what? I'm not going to bother recording. now that I've done all that, we can conclude this video with just finishing question 1. So I've adjusted the camera back down just a tad, and I'll come back in the shot. There I am, what's up? But now my lighting's all jacked up. That's better. All right, anyway. So, I've uploaded that. This is... I decided it's going to be hidden, so I could just do Q1AD, right? So we did here. Question 1, answer. Oh, that's right. And I decided not to do this because I like the answers that I had before better. Fine. And in-screen import from video. Use that one. Now, save. Next, and it's going to be unlisted. It used a thumbnail from the end, so I'm happy with that because it doesn't show the answer, because you'll be able to see that thumbnail. I'm going to do some different thumbnails in Canva. What time is it? I've been on for about an hour. I'll go ahead and stay on. I'm going to do the thumbnails in Canva because I don't think I like the way that this thumbnail looks. And what I'd rather have, actually, let's go over here so I can point different. What I'd rather have than than what's over there. It's weird because the screen's actually over here. But what I'd rather have than this thumbnail over here What I'd rather have than that. It's weird. Anyway, what I'd rather have than that is just the big letter D. Like maybe a big letter D with me pointing at it or something like that. Maybe we'll make something like that in Canva. So let's stay tuned for that. If you've been rocking with me for this long, give me another 15, 20 minutes here. And then it'll be break time because it's Saturday. I should be doing something fun, except it's raining and nasty outside. Anywho, I babble on. I digress. Let's save and continue on. All right, we've got that one. And now let's rename it. Wait. So I've got Q1AA, Q1AD. Now these are 50-50. Where are all these shits? Why does it keep happening? How do I refresh? Waiting. Let's see. We've got D and A. Where's B? I don't think that's the B that we want. What the hell's going on here, man? Did we not get B uploaded? We got the correct answer. That's the one that's old. And this one we can just delete because it doesn't have any of the shit. The primary goal of agile planning is not predictive planning or long horizon planning. In fact, we want to be agile and have the ability okay, so that's not the one, and we did nothing cool with this. So let's go back and delete it. Delete. Yeah, it's permanent. Get rid of it. Delete it forever. Base in the space means peace. See you later. Is that over here? Okay. I feel like something's missing. C is the correct answer. But I did nothing interesting with C either. I thought I updated these. I must not have saved or something. Okay, so here we've got the stuff. So I'm going to grab this where I said for answer A, In Agile, we prefer working software over comprehensive documentation or detailed documentation, as it said in the slide. Then I have the Agile Manifesto core values, yada, 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 yada. I thought I bolded this shit. In there. I like to make it pretty. And I thought I capitalized stuff too. Oh, I'm not going to worry about that for now. We'll just get it working, but I can't stand to look at it like this. And I'm going to copy and paste this everywhere. So I might as well do some of the updates. This is pasted right out of the Agile Manifesto. So I guess I'll leave it as it was originally written. Although, personally, I would use first letter caps. All right, now I'm going to take that, copy that, and then I'm going to actually delete this guy. Yes. Delete forever. Yes, discard changes. Hopefully I actually got it into my paste buffer. Go ahead. And then immediately before I do anything else, I'm going to go to question 1, answer A, and I'm going to put in here that. And was, wait, this is A. Yeah, the same one. Minimal detailed document. Hey, my bolds are gone. Is it not saving the bolds? That's what's going on? It shows it to me. Oh, that would be the ultimate tease. That's going to piss me off. Let's save bold. Okay. Oop. Okay, I see the bold. You see the bold? Let's save. Okay, it appears to still be there. I guess because I didn't save it before I copied and pasted it. That's why it didn't work. Oh, man. It sucks. All right, so this time I'm going to save it first. And then I'll copy it to the next one. Oops, missed one. All right, save. And then we'll keep that and we'll use that in the next one also. AD.
Rigid schedules is actually something that we want to avoid.
Rigid schedules.
We want to be able to adjust our
Rigid schedules. Hey, it still didn't copy. In Agile, we must be agile and nimble. to respond to change. Oops. Over following a plan. I don't know if this is even saving. I'm just going to save that because I want to leave and come back and see if it's still like that, because if it's not, I'm going to stop wasting my time. Question 1. Yeah, it all went back the way it was before, so I'm glad I didn't waste my time. All right, no bolding can be done, so we're good with that. Now, for some reason, I thought I uploaded those bad boys already. 50-50. Where are the other ones? What the hell? Refresh. I thought that I had A, B, C, and D. Let's look again. We do, right? What the hell? We got A and we got D. We having a B. Play this shit.
The primary goal of agile planning is not predictive planning or long horizon planning. In fact, we want to be agile and have the ability to adapt to changing requirements.
There. Oh, because we're watching it in here. Oh, no, because I didn't put it on yet. But it's there. Okay, I'm out. Whatever. I go. So that's B. Let's upload B. Who'd that be that? All right, this is Q1 A, B, gosh. Oops, sorry, this is Pro Data Man. Thought I was on my personal channel for a second there. Let's just paste in, not that. I guess we have nothing. Next. Import from video, the end screen. Yeah, I just realized. I'll fix it here, and then I'll import from here. We gotta update the incorrect answers. So this one, answer A, we're gonna link. That video doesn't even exist anymore, so we gotta go to Q1AA now for answer A. was thinking, do I want to move these up further and just have the video be shorter? I'll figure that out later. Let's just finish up here. B. That video was deleted, but we want Q1 answer B. Oh, all right. So I got to finish publishing that video. Dagnabbit. Wait, is B the one that I'm working on right now? Okay, I guess I got to finish my process. I'll do that. Next. Oops, shit. Edit the end screen. This is C. I'm going to go ahead and... Oh, no, I deleted it. Damn it. All right, there. All right. Problem is we haven't gone this far and made it public yet. Not public, but unlisted. So now that it's unlisted, now I can go back and update the card. God, what a pain. I never said this was going to be fast and efficient. We're playing around, figuring it out. But we're just about ready for the end result to be published here. Okay, 1B, these are all unlisted now. A, B, A. So now we can go to AA, and we're going to edit the end card. So we're going to edit the end screen. And now instead of this being the most recent, it will be a specific video. And now I can choose question 1AB. We got AA, and wait, this one needs to be Q1AD. There. AA, AB, AD. We'll come back, but video elements cannot promote the video being watched. What does that mean? Oh. Okay. So we don't need that one then. So get rid of one. Okay, okay. That works for me. And now, do we have the Agile Manifesto in the buffer? No, we don't. Dumbass. But it's right here. So grab it from there, and I don't remember which video that was. Not that one, so let's close that window. This one, so let's close that window. Not that one, that's our live stream. Leave that one open now. What's this? Studio YouTube. Okay. Agile Manifesto. I forget what I said now. did that one already. Approve that. Oh shit, did I already do that in B? I already said some shit. Damn it. Fuck. I think I just undid some work, the work that I did before. What the hell just happened? Dagnabbit, I forgot my password. Maybe got mad because I was changing the same file too many times in different places. It's me. Trust me. Come on, let me in. I was almost done. Oh, well, while it's doing that, let's see if we can't create something cool. As far as text is concerned. Like what I want to do is I want to create like a big letter things. Like I guess I could put them in the same file. With kind of that same background color. Kind of a gradient, isn't it? From that to that. Can I set a background gradient? It's not the same. Can I edit the gradient? I know I can. Wait, why don't I just do this? Whatever, I'll deal with the fucking gradient later. Let's start with the darker color, and I will deal with you later. And then on top of that, we want some fancy element that looks like a letter A. Okay. Let's see what you got, AI. I actually kind of like that. What happened? Okay, well, can I do something else while I'm waiting, or do I have to wait? Because I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to put that there, and then I'll have a picture of me like pointing at it or something, or just me next to it, or something, just because that's what we're going to do. Microphone. But yeah, that's it. That's the ticket. Almost done. All right, let's see what we got. Oh. Oh, fancy. Okay, now what? Okay. That's actually not bad. What happened? Where'd he go? What happened? What do you mean video file not found? What the fuck's going on? Oops, sorry, excuse me. How does this work? We're revolving this, yada, 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 yada. Generate again. Wait, I like that one. Magic Media is breaking box office records. We currently experience high demand. Ah, really? Why is it not working? I don't get it, bro. All right, whatever. I will not use your... I did this already. And it was cool and everything, but it didn't work, so fuck you. All right, let's go back to what we were going to do. I was just going to look for some cool word art. Just give me a letter A. There we go. And, you know, if we want to be fancy. No, we don't want to be fancy. We just want to get her done. Okay, a whole bunch of different letter A's. I think I liked one of the first few A's here. What do you think? Let's go with this one. Let's give credit to that. And I'm gonna B now, just like that. I want the B that glows just like that. Can I get the same one, Bob? Actually, that bubbly blue B might be okay. just going to duplicate page. Duplicate page. And on this page, I'm going to get rid of you. On this page, I'm going to get rid of, you. And put this back over here. Like that. Come back, finish you up. You're already centered pretty good. So now let's go to the brand kit. And I did some new stuff. Whatever, let's use this one. And put this handsome fellow right over here. What's going on? There we go. Put that right there. Move it. Yeah, slide that there. And photo. Oh, top's running really slow. Remove the background. What was A? Do we want to put the answer on there? That might give it away that that's not the right answer to look up my face. Now, mind you, these are just these are going to be the thumbnails for those 4 videos. Come on, man, how come you're not moving, bro? There we go. And now we need a C. Ooh, donut. They have a lot of the same letters for the C, but nothing like that original A that I found. I like that original A. I wanted them all to be like that, kind of. But maybe if I can change the colors. I'll mess around with it later on. I don't want to experiment too much while I'm live streaming here. Kind of want to get straight to the point. Oops, too late. But okay, so let's go back to the top. We'll use one of those C's from. Oh, look at that. The infamous glowing letter. I didn't find a B like that. Oh well. Okay. So back to the brand kit. This one. And while we're waiting for that. And duplicate this page. Bada bing, bada boom. Who dat? I'm busy. Hang on. And then we need an element. And can I get a D? That's what she said. Can we find the glowing D? That's also what she said. Actually, I kind of like that one. In fact, I'm going to put that one in there as a placeholder for now. Probably won't use that one, but I like it. It amuses me. But do I want the surprise look for more than one of them? No, I don't. I want a different look for this one. For this one, I think I'll use the crossed arms one. Yeah, this guy. Not this guy. Come on, Broseph. Edit photo, remove background. And then once the background is removed, we're back to elements. Looking for a better D. Okay, that's what she said. The most juvenile sense of humor. Okay, so where's our glowing D at? Do we have one? See, they always got the bubble D. If I'd used the bubble, that would have been easy peasy. There's the neon D again, like we had for the B, kind of, a little bit different. But the glowing D, no, there's the neon, like the B. All right, so if we don't find the glowing D, then we'll use that same D like we have for the B. But why is the glow so rare? They had to have done them all, right? I must have just missed. They even got the jelly donut again. Come on, bro. Where you at? Where Where you at, glowing D? Come on, bro. That was actually kind of cool too, though. But this guy's funny. Are you serious? There's no glowing D. There's lots of D's. Wait, is that it? The same? No, that's not the same, is it? It's close, but not the same. Damn. It makes it more frustrating is how slow these D's are loading. She wants the D fast. Wait, that's not it either. And there's lots of D's though. Why are there so many? Oh, there it is. Whoop, there it is. Does it have a name? What the hell is this D called? Whatever. I don't know. What do you guys think? Should I stick with the same D and be loyal? Should I spread the D around and get some variety? Oh, he doesn't. She doesn't look happy about that. You gotta go. All right. Have a little D consistency here. All right. So, to that reasoning, there's got to be a glowing B too. Biatch. Right? Maybe I just didn't wait long enough for it to load or scroll far enough down. Maybe the glowing B is the start. Let's start at the bottom this time. Was I even at the bottom though when I found that glowing D? I mean, what if I pass it? What if I'm going the wrong way? FOMO. What if I say glowing B? That filters it down a little bit. Glowing blue B. Bam. The search is key to find the glowing blue B. Yay! All right. There we go. share, what's that? A is what slide? 9, 10, 11, 12. So share, download. Slide, what did I say? Slide 9? Yeah, sure, slide 9. Slide 9. Done. Download. And then share, download, not all, but slide 10, done, and download, and then share, download, not all, oops, share, download, not all, 11, download, oops, download, not all, just 12, done, and download. All right. Oh, shit. I just realized I downloaded these as videos. I can do that all over again. Wah, wah, wah. I have to download these as images. One more time. Download, not MP4, but PNG. And not all. Let's go from 12 up. That's screw. Current page, page 9. Download as PNG. Yep, down the, oh, I didn't want it to be that big. Oh well, it'll size it. One more time, share, download. I'm gonna do this 3 times, so let's say download settings. We want PNG, we want that, whatchamacallit. This time it's not all, it's page 10, we got PNG, done, and download, share, download, PNG is set already, not page 10, but page 11, done, save and download, download, I don't know what, I didn't mean to press compress, so hopefully they did them all like that. I'm just going to be consistent here. All right. So now we're going to go back to YouTube. First, we're going to go to our downloads folder. F5, that bitch. And then we got all of these. So PNG, I'm guessing that they went in the right order. So we're going to assume that this is A, PNG. and D PNG, and we'll spot check by checking the D. That's what she said. Never gets old. That's the D. All right. So now we're going to go back to YouTube, and let's see here. That's the questions. Oh, that's us. YouTube Studio over here. Let's go back to the top. So we're just going to go to our 4 videos and add these thumbnails, and that should fix our our end cards automatically. I'm about to find out. And if everything works the way it's supposed to, I'm going to go ahead and drop offline here and grab something to eat for dinner, and I'll record the rest of the questions, and you guys will see the finished product by Monday for the Agile Planning quiz. All right, so we're going to change the thumbnail for question 1. Answer B. We're going to upload a thumbnail, and the thumbnail that we're going to upload is going to come from the downloads folder. I said B, so that's thumbnail B. There we go. That's going to be our thumbnail. I need to fix these answers also, but I'll do that later. So there's my answer B. D is right here. Going to upload thumbnail. What did I say this was? D? D. Answer D. Save changes. And A. Save. All right, so now that we have all of our thumbnails, we can go fix our end card for answer A. So that means on the end screen, if you selected A, then this one shouldn't be here anymore, because we can't answer that same, or we can't do that again. So instead, right, we're going to go to B, or we're going to go to D. That's right, we got to fix our C still. Where is my C video? We didn't upload it yet. A. Hey, what are we doing? Oh, D. And C isn't there yet. So what are we going to do for C? C, we're just going to upload the same video again. Do we have C still? Is there still a C video here? video. Yeah, let's finish getting the C uploaded. Because I do remember I deleted it. Okay, so that's those two. We need to upload C again, and then we're done. Only problem is I don't know which one is C. So back to the downloads folder. And I'm going to guess that C is this one, number 3. How are my guessing skills? No, that was D. Right, so D was there the whole time. Anyway, whatever. Oh, those are the videos that I made. That's right. Okay, never mind. Did I delete them from here too? Screw it. I will just download it again. I don't want to download it again. It's in here. No, those are PNGs. Sorry. Oops, didn't mean to do that. Shit. Downloads folder is closed. What's going on?
Very good. The primary goal
That sounds like the
to changing requirements and to deliver value early and often.
So wait, what? It's right there. I don't get it. Anyway, boom, that's the file we want. What's it called? it. These end cards don't need to be here. Oh, and this one's messed up because it has the question asking at the end, and we don't need that, right? So we're going to trim this video and not have end cards on it. We will, however, upload we're going to upload the thumbnail. So we're going to edit it. We're going to add thumbnail for answer C. Go ahead and save that. C doesn't need it in screen. I already did that, but let's go to the editor. And we're just going to edit off with the trim and cut. And save. Okay, now we just go back and clean up those other end cards and we should be all set. So the end card for Q1B, we just need to add the C choice. Make sure we got, yeah, see, we still got that selected there, but instead we want C. A, can't select B because we already selected it. So A, B, C. And then we'll go do the same for A. And make sure we got D done properly also. And then we should be able to take the quiz. All right, so A has B, D, and now we need C. And then we go back to D and make sure D has the proper choices. D has everything deleted. Okay, so D, we need A. Much easier now with these thumbnails that have the letters on them. A, yeah, I think it'll be easier for the students also. Oops, this is, oh, this is D, okay, B. And C. And we can delete D. I think it should be A, B, C, D, not A, B, C, D. But whatever. I'm leaving it like that for now because we're going to call this video good once we test our quiz. And I'm going to go get the link to the first video in the quiz. Oh, that's another thing that I can fix. that one video so I don't need the playlist. So real quick here. Back to our thing. We want this, this, so 1, 2, and 8. 1, 2, and 8. So share, download, and not all, but 1, 2, and 8. Done. Download. And good. Okay. So that's just so I don't have to use the playlist. So with that, I should be able to give you guys one link to the top level video. I'll have to add the end card to that one with all 4 choices for the other videos. And that will be our quiz.
Yay!
Okay. So while we're waiting for it to download, I'll explain what I mean. Right now, we have these 2 files. We have this file that's basically just the introduction to the Agile quiz where I say Agile planning quiz. And then in this video, I say question 1, whatever question 1 is. What is the primary goal of Agile planning? And then in the video that I don't see here, or maybe it, yeah, no, this is the video where I'm waiting for them to ask the question. Okay, so yeah. Well, hell, we're about to find out. But I think we've got 3 videos here. I say Agile Planning Quiz, then I say question number 1, and then I wait for them to answer the question. I'm going to take I've taken all 3 of those videos and I've made it into one video that should be done downloading now. Yeah, it's done downloading now. So instead of having to put those 3 videos in a playlist, I'm just going to upload that one single video. And call it question 1 or whatever. Where is him? Time is it? 5:10. Where is it? The files. Where is it? What the hell? There it is, number 4. Show me the folder, Broseph. Number 4, 511. Okay. So I'm going to rename that to just question 1. Or to a content in it. I think in the other one I have more stuff. Not much more stuff, but so be it. That's the title. And then the text here. We'll rob and steal from here. Paste it into there. And then hit next. We're going to import from video. The end card. This one will do, but we're going to do we're going to add B here also. Add one more. Video. And video is going to go right there. And it's going to be the video for B. Save. Next, and then we want to make it unlisted and save. And then the last thing that we want to do here, when that one comes up, is actually nothing. We're good. Oh, no, we want to make it public. Set as instant premiere. Boom. Okay, so now we are going to unlist that one, and we're going to unlist this one. And now what we've got is our quiz. You guys ready? Drum roll, please. No, I don't have a drum roll. Oh well. Okay, anyway, we'll go and watch the video anyway. Premiering on YouTube right now.
Yay!
All right, here we go. Instant premiere. Ooh, that's fancy stuff there. You gotta wait a minute. I guess we will just wait. Oh my goodness. But I think we got her done. Now, bear in mind, this is just the template, obviously. This isn't going to be the final release. I'm going to go back and do this in the program and uniform and stuff. This is me playing around on Saturday, trying to work out the kinks and get the details of how to do this worked out so that I can do the other 5 questions for this particular quiz, or the other 4 questions, I guess, for this particular quiz, and then go back and do the questions for the quizzes at the end of every one of these chapters that I'm working on. And then I think I will go as far as to begin using these as pop quizzes in the classes that I teach. So at the end of a chapter, I can send people off to one of these quizzes, which is why I kind of want to make the questions be modular. Okay, here we go.
Planning quiz. Question number 1. What is the primary goal of agile planning?
So first thing I need to, when I record the next videos, I need to make the volume a little louder. Oh, no. Oh. Okay, one showed up before the other ones. Okay, let's
fact, with Agile, we want to deliver working software. That's the primary measure of progress. Working software over comprehensive or detailed documentation.
And I think we do want to move the answers up because you've already seen this. You want to wait for this again to get to the end of the video to be able to see the possible answers. So we're going to want to move those answers up to right as like the 20-second mark as soon as you possibly can put them in. So choose the B answer. I mean, functionally, it works. It needs a little cleanup.
Predictive planning.
It needs to get dialed in a little bit. I need to wear my lavalier mic so you can hear me better instead of using the desktop mic here. But as far as the flow, if I move those, how many seconds in are we right here? Yeah, see, we're 29 seconds in. I could actually make the end cards appear right here. So that's 20 seconds. Yeah, so that's pretty good. I'm finished with telling you that B is not correct right at 20 seconds. So as soon as this pops up again, the questions can appear. So let's do that real quick. That'll be our final dial-in of this, and then we'll call it a day. And I'll drop the link to this video in the description for this live stream, and you guys can watch the final product. So, I'm already there, that's why. I'm like, where's the window with my YouTube? It's full screened. Okay, so what we're going to do here is we are going to edit, not that one. Actually, yes, we're going to edit that one too. We're going to, wait, this is answer B. We're going to edit all of them. So we'll start with this one since it's already here. And I'm going to move the answers. Well, I'm just going to move all the answers right up to wherever the question is finished being answered. So here. It'll let me go back to 30. Maybe that's because the video is too long still. I can chop some of the end off. Let's do that. Trim and cut. I'm going to pull this back to here. And now I can slide those back to there. Can I do that here? No, let me do that there. So that's back. Oh, actually that's helpful. So it shows me where I can push it back or forward to. So at right about, bam, 20 seconds. That's where I want to put it. So if I put that marker there, then I can drag this back. that's pretty much right at 20 seconds. All right, so I'm going to save that. I guess it won't let me do shit. It did say that. It won't let me do shit. Okay, so I have a better process for that for the next one. So we'll go to A. And in A, we're just going to look and see where that level is, where that trim level is. We got 54 seconds here, so we got plenty of time. I'm going to look and see where that trim level is, where I can move that timer to. So we want to be way up here somewhere. So we're going to go cut and trim. And from back here, it won't let us move it. Anyway, let's see where the question is done being asked. About 22 seconds. Okay, so we're going to discard those changes. And we're going to edit the end screen. And we're going to move the end screens. Oh, okay, I guess we're going to move the end screens as far back as it'll let us. Save. Okay, so that's why. That's the best I can do with the end screens, because it can only have, what's that? Looks like about 45, 55. It can only have 10 seconds after the end screen with no choices. I need to add that to the notes. So I can slide it as far up as there, then I have to trim the video, and then go back and slide it again. So, like I said in my original notes, your video needs to be 30 to 40 seconds long. So that's including the answer videos need to be 30 to 40 seconds long, including the repeat of the question, right? So basically what that means doesn't look like we get 20 seconds. How long is this? Oh, there we go. I didn't know we could do that. Okay, so there's just need to be any seconds. Can I slide it further forward now? Okay, so now we're going from 33 seconds to 53 seconds. So again, like I said in the original rules, you have to have 20 seconds before your before you can show end cards, and the end card can show for a maximum of 20 seconds. So that means your video should be 40 seconds long. So your answers to questions should be 20 seconds. And then your time that you wait for them to select a response should be 20 seconds. That way, when you combine those two together, you get a total video length of 40 seconds. And then at the beginning, so, okay, there it is. There's the formula. Questions have to be 20 seconds. Basically, all the videos where you're asking the question or giving the answer, those need to be 20 seconds long. Here's why. Because you're going to combine the question of 20 seconds with the waiting for a response of 20 seconds. And then once they select one of the answers as the response, then you're going to go to the response video. And in that response video, you're going to have your 20-second explanation as to why that's the correct answer or incorrect answer. And then you're going to have your select a response video again of 20 seconds. Where as soon as that initial 20 seconds where you're done explaining is up, when the wait for response comes back up, you're just going to display the response end card again because they've already seen the answers. So this brings into play the idea of do you want to have the responses visible? Because now that I've changed it to just A, B, C, or D, you can't see the potential answers anymore. If you don't remember what A was or what C was, I'm now blocking them by the thumbnails. Anyway, I'll think about those details, work them out. If you got ideas, leave them in the comments. But right now, we're going to continue on with D and stretching out its end card. Oh, after we cut and trim. So again, we want to be able to go down to 20 seconds right there. So 20 seconds to basically that. All I need to know is this video needs to be 40 seconds long. That's the only number that matters. 39. 40. Close enough. Okay. Now, I wish I could move that while I'm here, but whatever. It's in there. Save it. Okay, before I save, make sure that this is right at 20, and it is. Okay, so hopefully that'll move my end card for me automatically to that 20 seconds, but it might leave it short here at the end. So we'll have to come back and see. So that's A. I forget which one I did now. I think did I do B? Yeah, I did B. So let me do D. Wait a minute. Oh, C is the correct answer. Yeah, so I just did B. Now we're going to do this one. And before I do anything else, I'm going to make sure that this is as long and as far as it can be. Okay, so that's my 3 answers. I'm going to save that now. And then I'm going to what? I'm going to edit this video. I'm going to trim it. Oops. From here, can I move these now? No, still can't move it. Okay, whatever. So from here, I'm not messing with the end screen. I'm just going to trim it. And I want to trim it down so that it is 40 seconds long. 40 is right there. So right in between there. Now, I don't know hopefully that will pop that down automatically like we just discussed, but we shall see. All right, that's it, guys. I think we've got everything dialed in, and our 3 videos that got their in cards updated are in there getting their update on. I'll clean up the descriptions and whatnot while all that is happening. But for now, let's take this guy and get a shareable link. And I am going to drop that into wherever that live window is. Here we are. This is a link. Subscribe if you want to see the rest. Scrubscribe. Sounds like Scooby-Dooby-Doo. Scrubscribes. Raggy. Oops. There you go. Subscribe. All right, that's it. That's all, y'all. Deuces. Thanks for watching. My name is Antoine Victor. This is Pro Data Man Trains, and that was just an exploratory exercise, setting up an interactive quiz. Something I've been meaning to set up for a while, but I think I finally got all the details worked out. So you'll see that completed product coming up pretty soon here on the Pro Data Man Trains channel. Again, thanks for watching. I will see you guys in the next video. Deuces. A discussion of the difference between Scrum and Agile. So first up, the agenda here, we're going to look at the 2 related but distinct ideas of Agile and Scrum, and then we will look at the difference, or the differences. So first, let's talk about Agile. Now, Agile is a methodology that's a philosophy, an approach, if you will, that's mostly geared towards software development and project management, with emphasis on flexibility, collaboration, customer centricity, and the ability to adapt to changing requirements and priorities. Now, Agile is based on 4 core values and 12 principles. Now, I won't get into the details of those in this discussion. If you want to hear more about those, I'll put a link in the description to the Agile Manifesto where you can read all of the details about that. But at its core, the Agile Manifesto basically states that we care more about delivering business value to the end customer and responding to changing requirements than we do about what more traditional project management methodologies might have been concerned with, long horizon planning and rigid and structured requirements documents and things of that nature. So Agile is, again, a philosophy and an approach built on values and principles. It's framework agnostic, and it focuses on an iterative and incremental approach to software development. Now, Scrum, on the other hand, is more of a specific framework that's generally worked with within Agile. The Agile methodology does implement quite a few of the Scrum ceremonies and other concepts. So Scrum defines the roles that should be on your Scrum team. Roles like the developer, the tester, the business analyst, and so on, as well as the Scrum Master and the product owner. But in addition to defining those roles, Scrum also defines the artifacts or the items that you will create during your Scrum project. These are things like the product backlog items, your user stories, your epics, your features, things like that. And also your acceptance criteria, your delivery team tasks, and other items that you'll create on your agile journey. See how I'm mixing those two things in again. So Scrum defines all of these things that you will create, that you will do, and who will do them. And agile is the methodology in which you do those things. So Scrum is the things and the ceremonies, the events, the things the meetings that you'll do, the things like the sprint planning meeting, the daily stand-up. These are Scrum events or Scrum ceremonies. Also the sprint retrospective and the sprint review at the end of the sprint. These are events or ceremonies that are defined by Scrum and adopted and implemented as part of our agile methodology. But Scrum is what defines these things. So what's the difference? Well, as I mentioned, first, agile is a broader set of principles and values that emphasize adaptability, they emphasize customer collaboration, and agile is framework agnostic. So it allows for the implementation of things like the Scrum framework or Kanban or Lean, extreme programming. These are all specific frameworks that we can work with within our framework agnostic methodology that is agile. Now, Scrum, as I mentioned, is a specific framework that we can operate with within agile. It's a more prescriptive approach, and it defines those roles, those artifacts, and those ceremonies. Now, as far as Scrum is concerned, you can do what you will with these roles, artifacts, and ceremonies that are defined. You can work with them within whatever methodology that you want. You can mix and match them with other things like Kanban. As we saw earlier, we might mix Kanban and Scrum within our agile methodology to optimize our software delivery process. Anyway, I hope this helps clear up the differences between Scrum and agile and how they are both different, but also kind of the same, or exactly the same, only different, as I like to say. With that, that's all I have for you today. I hope you enjoyed this discussion, and I will see you in the next video. My name is Antoine Victor, and this is Pro Data Man Trains. Excuse me, clear my voice on the audio feed. But today we're going to do a quick little demo installing Ansible on an EC2 instance running on AWS. So to that end, let's take a look at our EC2 instance, which we've got over here running in AWS. I have connected to
the GitHub repository that contains a few playbooks. A playbook called Web Servers that will install Apache on our Ubuntu instance. Another playbook called Install Jenkins that will install Jenkins onto our Ubuntu server. And then another playbook that we'll have to run before we can install that install Jenkins, or rather run that install Jenkins playbook. We'll need to run the install Java playbook. Now I'm going to experiment with creating a custom playbook that imports those other three playbooks and try to run them all together. But first, let's just install Ansible. So first off, to install Ansible, we'll need to run the install, or rather first an update to make sure that we have all the appropriate resources installed. So let us do that. This installing of Ansible is pretty straightforward. I could just do a copy and paste and run all the commands at once, but I'll run them one at a time so you can see what's going on here. First, we'll do an apt update to make sure we have the latest packages. And then we'll do an upgrade to upgrade all of our resources. Okay, so now we have our updates done. So we should be able to install Ansible now. So let's go ahead and install Ansible and then load some more updates. Okay, so now that Ansible is installed, we can now, well, first, before we can ping things, we'll have to update our inventory file, which we should have one here already. We'll update our inventory file to make sure that it includes the IP address of the server that we want to use. Looks like our inventory file is just called inventory. Actually, so we don't have to use the Vim editor, we're going to come over here and edit the inventory file in that repository. And we're just going to paste in the inventory file that's on our EC2 instance in AWS. So bear with me for just a moment while I grab that EC2 instance. And drop the IP address into our inventory file. Okay, so the IP address of that EC2 instance is 13.57.209.229. I'm going to go ahead and get rid of this guy because we're not using him. And get rid of this control. And then we'll save this file and push it out to our repo. Update inventory. Actually, you know what? Before I do that, did I update everything in that inventory file? Yes, I got rid of the control note. Perfect. Just checking. And we'll commit and push. Now we should be able to go over here to our Ubuntu server, and we're going to pull the file that we just updated. And now we should be able to run a playbook. Before we do that, though, let's do an Ansible dash module ping and ping web servers. Oh, oops. Forgot to tell it what inventory file we want. Dash I inventory. Yes, we want to accept the certificate. Oh, yes, not just Y. And there we go. Our ping is successful. So now what we want to do is if we take a look at the different playbooks that we have here, oops, we have an install Java playbook that you can see installs Java here. We have a web service playbook that you can see installs Apache, and then it updates the index.html and says, hello world, I'm a programmer, and then it restarts Apache. So we're going to run those separately just to make sure everything is doing what it's supposed to do, and then we will run this import install web server and Jenkins playbook that imports each one of those separate playbooks and runs them together. So we should see no changes done when we do that. But let's start with installing Java. So we're going to do Ansible. Actually, first we're going to pull up that same command. Programmer's rule number 1, less typing means less typos. Playbook. And we're going to run not the ping module, but we're going to run the playbook called install. Is it dash Java? No, just Java. Install java.yml. Go. All right, so it looks like Java update of the package manager was done successfully. And I see we're getting a little delay here. Delays are usually good. That means we're waiting for the package to install. And there we go. We have the stuff installed on Node 1. We now have Java. Let's use that same statement to just change it to install Jenkins now. And while it's, no host matched. Let's look at our install Jenkins playlist and see where it's attempting to install to. I wanted to install to control node, but I didn't include that server in the control node collection. Since we only have one server, we're just going to make everything a web server. So we'll tell it to install in web servers. Yeah, that one's looking for control node also. Let's delete that. We'll save both of our files. And then we will commit them and push them to version control. Our message will be update playbooks to modify only web servers. Oh, I forgot to do a get. All right, this isn't working out, and I just realized I'm over my time, and I've been sitting here doing other stuff, so I'm going to stop this stream, and we will come back to this in a few hours. What up? Being late. Leo and Fred and all them guys are out there doing their thing. It's my one of the homies. It's one of my daily or weekly help homies from the hood, good deeds. I'm not being nice. I'm collecting favors. By Sewer Park. Obviously, that was a joke. I know you wouldn't be calling him while you're cooking. Anyway, what you about to do? Oh yeah, where at? That's why you've been fucking absent. The damn girl only takes 3 seconds to reply, send a text message, say fuck you, I'm busy or something. Close this shit up. I'm glad you called though, because I was gonna keep going. Let me stop this. Oh, I'm still recording. Hey guys, welcome back. It's time for another Pro Data Man Trains demo. I'm Antoine Victor, and in this demo, we're going to take a look at creating a new instance of an Amazon machine image in AWS. So let's go ahead and dive into the matrix and take a look. So what we're going to do in this demo is we're going to log into AWS console, and we are going to create a new instance of a shared public AMI. This AMI already has Ubuntu on it. It's got an RSA SSH key that we can use to connect to other instances that we create from this same image. So let's get into the AWS console and get into the right region, and we'll create that instance. So I'm going to go ahead and log in with my username and password that you guys don't need to see. And now that we're logged into the console, we will navigate to the Elastic Compute area. Now it's here in my recently visited area, but if we were navigating for the first time, we can go to Services and to Compute. And in the Compute area, you'll see EC2. You'll also notice that I have it starred, so it shows up by default. But let's navigate to Elastic Compute 2, and we'll go to Running Instances, where you can see I have no instances running already. So I'm going to choose the Launch Instance button over here in the upper right. And here in the Launch Instance window, I'm going to add a little bit of info. First up, I'm going to add my instance name. Ubuntu RSA. And I'm going to search for the AMI ID that you will find in the description. This AMI already has Ubuntu and the necessary RSA SSH keys so that we can connect to our target servers. These existing keys will allow us to create multiple instances of this server
and those instances will be able to connect back and forth with each other. So we're going to go ahead and select this AWS Ubuntu RSA SSH 2022 Amazon machine image. I'm going to select it. And pretty much we're going to accept the defaults after that. We'll go ahead and leave the default for the instance type, T2 Micro, that's free. And for the key pair, this is the one change that we're going to make. We're going to create a new key pair so that we can connect. I'm just going to call my key pair YouTube demo key. And because we're going to use PuTTY, I'm going to switch from PEM to PPK and choose create key pair. You notice that the key pair is also downloaded to my local machine, so I can use it in PuTTY to connect to this instance once it spins up. Now, other than that, I'm going to allow HTTPS and HTTP traffic in case I want to spin up some web servers and test these instances. And one other thing I'll change here, because we have the ability to connect with SSH to multiple instances, I'm going to go ahead and create 3 instances here. Review my settings. Got a T2 Micro using the AWS Ubuntu RSA SSH 2022 image. And it's going to be on a T2 Micro using the new security group that's being created that allows for HTTP and HTTPS traffic, and using the default storage limits for this image. Now I'm going to go ahead and launch that instance. And we have success. Well, at least we have success in beginning the provisioning process. If we go back and look in instances now, we should very shortly see that we have 3 instances. There are our 3 running instances. And I'm going to take the IP address of the first instance, the public IP address down here. I'm going to copy that. I'm going to copy this IP address, the public IP, and then I'm going to switch over to PuTTY. In PuTTY, I'm going to paste that IP address right here into the host name or IP address field, and then I'm going to drop down to connections, and I'm going to go to data. Here, I'm just double checking to make sure the auto login username is set to Ubuntu. Then I'm going to go to SSH, expand that, and make sure that under auth, I add my key that we just downloaded, the YouTube demo key. So I'm going to browse to that. In the downloads folder here, you can see that today, a YouTube demo key was downloaded. So I'm going to select that, choose open. And now, so that I never have to do this again, I'm going to go back to session, and I'm going to save this as the default settings. And then I'm going to attempt to open the connection to my first server. It opened up on my other window over here, but you can see it's prompting me to trust the key because this key is not currently cached in the registry. So I'm going to go ahead and say yes to cache that key. And over here on my other window, you can see that I've got a connection to that server now. Now, just to make sure that our keys are working, we're going to attempt to connect to these other 2 servers. So I'm going to select the second server and grab its public IP, and back to PuTTY. Inside of my PuTTY connection here, I'm going to SSH into that IP address that I just copied. And again, it's going to prompt me to trust the key that's being presented. So I'm going to say yes. And now I have a connection to that second server. I'm going to exit out of that connection. And then we'll get the third server's IP address. And we'll SSH into that server from the first server again. SSH. And then paste the IP. And again, we'll accept the key. And now we are connected to that third server. I'm going to exit out of there, and we'll go ahead and stop the demo there. In the next demo, we'll use these Ubuntu servers with SSH keys on them already to install Ansible and do some basic web server installation using a simple playbook and inventory file. So stay tuned for that. If you enjoyed the video, give it a thumbs up. Make sure to subscribe so you're notified when the next video comes out. And ring the bell so you don't miss out on anything. My name's Antoine Victor, and this has been another Pro Data Man Trains demo. See you in the next one. Thanks for watching. Hey guys, Antoine Victor here. Pro Data Man Trains. And in this demo today, we are going to create a new AWS account. And then we'll create a new instance from a publicly shared Amazon Machine Image ID. The ID will be in the description if you want to try this. Let's dig into it. So like I said, we are going to create a new Amazon Machine Image. So let's dive into the matrix and take a look. First thing we're going to do is we're going to bring up the Amazon Web Services console, and we'll create a new account. Maybe you don't have an account, maybe you've never done this before. We're going to take you from the very beginning. So we're going to jump into AWS, and we are going to create a new AWS account. Create account. And as we get in here to create the account, we'll enter our email address and some other details. I'm going to go ahead and use my Gmail account for this one. And we'll call the account verify the email address. And we'll go check Gmail on another machine code into the window and verify. And then we'll set a password and continue on. Now it'll ask you for some credit card information in here, but I'm going to block that out for obvious reasons. What we're going to build will operate just fine on the free tier. Alrighty, so now that we've gotten signed in, we can begin to create our new server from the saved AMI. Okay, let's go ahead and get started here. This is Antoine Victor, and I'm going to be going through a little test and development sample build. Actually, is really what I'm doing. This is kind of live radio demo here. So let's take a look at what we're talking about here. Oh, yeah. I'm also playing around with Snap filters today. I'll put the link in the description if you want to download the app and play around with this in some of your live streams or demos or whatever it is that you might use your recordings for. But interesting little filter. I've also got it connected to my Stream Deck. And so I can toggle it on and toggle it off and switch over to the more comic strip style effect here. But I'm kind of feeling the Disney, or I could be the little Disney baby, the boss baby. But anyway, that's not the purpose of the demo today. The purpose of the demo today is to get this demo that I usually do with, what have we here? The demo that I usually do with an MVC application, to get that working with just a regular old console app. This is one of the most popular videos on the channel of all time, was a basic console app demo. So I'm gonna go ahead and revive the console app demo along with the test-driven development demo all at once. All right, so let's take a look at that. And you know what? Maybe we won't be Disney. Maybe we'll be the more serious comic book guy here. Oh, I like that better. Comic book guy in the Matrix. Yeah, let's go with that. Okay. And it makes my 5 o'clock shadow look a little better in comic style. Disney. Totally erases it. I like that too. It has a really good facial recognition. Smiling, growling, showing the teeth. Tongue out. Really good. If I wink. No, I can't see that. What about now? Can I wink? No, no winks. But good with the mouth. Anyway, moving right along. That's not why we're here. So easily sidetracked. Let's continue on here. No, that's right. I was going to go comic. So let's be serious here. Back to the comic guy. And on to the screen cap over here. So what we're doing in the screen cap in Visual Studio here, I am creating a console application. And I was just thinking that I'd really like to move this camera over to the other side. So let's do that. We'll move it right over here, like that there. That's better. All right. Now, as I said, I'm building this console application here, and I'm going to call it Stack Console, and put in a new solution, I guess, that we'll also call Stack Console, but I'm going to put a space in the name of the project, or the solution. Next, target framework. Do we want to do .NET Core 3.1 long-term support, or do we want to use .NET 5? Well, if you're gonna go big, why not switch all the way to the 3.1 core? This will run on Linux, on Mac OS, on Windows, and the console will pretty much run anywhere. So let's go with that. Now, if you've seen any of these demos that we've done on test-driven development, either in Java or in C#, typically we're doing that in C# using an ASP.NET web application, an MVC application specifically, with MS test project, unit test project to be specific. And when we do it in Java, we sometimes do that in IntelliJ, but usually the demos that we do here on the channel are using Eclipse, most recently Eclipse Oxygen, and JUnit. In both scenarios, well, I guess in the JUnit scenario, in the Java Maven example, we're just building a Java app with no UI. So I figured we would go on equal playing field here in C#, and instead of using an MVC application, which adds web capabilities and a lot more user interface elements and a lot more layers of complexity, if you will, instead to do that here in a console application without really any user interface. So that's the goal of today's live stream. It's just I'm converting a demo, and once we get it down packed, I'll do a more directed demo. This is going to be kind of me playing around, experimenting with the possibilities of switching that demo over to a more simple console app And based on the outcome of my experiments today, I'll probably put up a blog post and a more directed video without the filters and stuff. So I'm just having some fun today. So come along for the ride, if you will. Let me get set up here, and we'll go ahead and continue on. Okay, I'm back. So what we're going to do here is we are first going to, well, let's see. Let's start by adding a unit test. How about that? Can we add a unit test in here? To my project, add new item. And the new item that I want to add is not listed here. I could add SpecFlow feature file. That's not really helpful. Oh, that's right. I switched to core too. So I'm in the weeds here. All right, let's see what happens if we add a class and we try to add the unit testing namespace. I'm totally doing a live radio demonstration here. I'm glad I'm hiding my face. Where's that stuff anyway? You know, let's add to my project, or my solution rather, a new project. And this is gonna be kind of weird here because we want desktop. I guess we can do desktop. It's an in-unit project. I guess realistically, that's probably the way to go. Like I said, I'm doing this total live radio here, making it up as I go along. But I think what I want to do is I want to build a class library project, and then I can reference that class library project from my from my console app, and also Windows Forms class library, and also from my test project. So we'll call this, what did we call it before? Stack console. We'll call this stack utility. Yeah, sure. All right. And now, I suppose, since we're running across these different platforms, a unit test project is probably not an option, so we're gonna have to go with an in-unit project. So I've made this statement before in some of the demos that I do, some of the classes that I teach, that if you are doing a build that has exclusively Microsoft technology, then you can probably get away with using MS Test. But anytime there are any other developers on the team or any other languages that are being targeted, you're most likely going to end up having to switch to JUnit just to make sure that your tests and their output are consistent across all the different platforms. But in this case, we're using .NET Core, and JUnit is the only option. And I assume that's because our code needs to be able to run across all these different platforms. So why shouldn't the tests? Anyway, we're going to use a in-unit test project, and we're going to call it stack tests. Again, using .NET Core. All right. Now we've got some red squigglies. We don't like red squiggly. What's going on here? Well, that's interesting. Let's okay. Red squigglies are gone now. That's better. Still seeing errors down here. Oh, that was me. I did that. Let's take that out. All right. So, well, that makes this unnecessary now. So we can get rid of my class that I added here. I was going to go ahead and try to brute force the unit test into my project, but it's probably better that we take this layered approach anyway, a little more real world here. I was trying to keep it simple, but this is probably the better example. Hey guys, welcome back to another ProDataMan Trains demo. This demo is going to be a continuation of the previous demo where we used test-driven development to create the stack class and its isEmpty method. Today we're going to continue along with that demo by fleshing out the rest of the tests. So let's go ahead and dive right in. Back here in Visual Studio, I'm going to go back to my stack test, where you can see we've got our isEmpty method that we created in the previous demo. Now we are going to continue on by creating a test to see what happens if we push a value onto the stack. Is it empty still? So let's create that test. We're going to call this second test push check empty test. And because programmer's rule number 1 is less typing means less typos, we're just going to copy that previous test and we'll call it push check empty test. Now this time we expect that if we push something onto the stack with the stack.push method, you can't have a programming demo without at least one hello world, so we'll go ahead and push hello world onto the stack. And now we would expect if we push something onto the stack that the stack would not be empty. So when we push and then check if the stack is empty, we would expect that the result is false. Now we can't yet run the test and see it fail because the push method does not yet exist. So we are going to generate the stack.push method, and then we should be able to run all of our tests and see this new test fail. Now we can see that of our 2 stack tests, the isEmpty test is passing and the push check empty test is failing, but it's failing simply because the method or operation is not implemented. So let's just jump over to our stack class and we can see where that push method is created, and we'll go ahead and use the stack.add method to add the parameter being passed into this method to the stack. Now we should be able to run our tests and see our 2 tests pass. Okay, now we've got 2 passing tests. Let's continue writing our tests. Now, if I was actually typing this all out instead of using our friend copy and paste here, by now I'd probably be mildly annoyed with typing stack stack equals new stack for each one of these tests. Right? Stack stack equals new stack, stack stack equals new stack, stack stack equals new stack. That's a lot of duplicate code. So what I'm going to do instead is I'm going to declare the stack variable at the class level, and then I'm going to create a new method called setup. And in this new method, I'm going to simply set that stack variable at the class level equal to a new instance of the stack class. Now, what I need to do now is make sure that this setup method runs before every one of my tests. And I can do that by adding the test initialize attribute to this method. So now, before each test, we'll initialize by running this line of code to create a new instance of the stack class in our class level stack variable. So now I should be able to delete all of this duplicate code in our new tests here. And we'll go ahead and flesh out the push pop check empty test here as well. Push pop check empty test. And this time we'll do a string variable to catch the actual value that comes back when we do a stack.pop to pop the value off of our stack. Now this time, we're pushing a value and popping a value. We should probably have an empty stack after we pop the value off the stack. Now, in order to run this test and see it fail, we need to, again, use the code generation tools to generate just enough code that the compiler can compile and we can run our tests. And our test will fail because, yet again, the method is not yet implemented. So we are going to now go to our stack class and implement that pop method. And we'll do that by getting the result from executing a stack index 0 to string. And then we'll do a stack.remove at to remove the item at index 0 that we just retrieved, and then we'll return that result that we retrieved. And now we should be able to run our tests and see them all pass. Okay, next test. Before we do the next test, since we're refactoring and cleaning up duplicate code, we should probably make an effort to clean up this code smell here. It's a bad practice or bad code smell to pass literal strings to a method. So what I'm going to do instead is I'm going to create a string variable called expected. And I'm going to set that string variable equal to this hello world string here. And then instead of passing hello world to our push method, we're going to pass that expected value. Now, if we do code analysis later on, we won't get a code smell warning for this passing a literal string to our method. We've now used a variable. Our code is cleaner. So now we can run our tests, and they should all still pass. Cool. Now, we'll use this code again to do test number 4, which is going to be a push, pop, and then check the results that we get back. So we're going to call this one push, pop, not check empty this time, but we're going to check the return. Pretty much the same code, except for this time, we don't need the Boolean check because we're not going to check and see if it's true. We're going to check and see if the values are equal. And the values that we're going to compare are if we got the expected value and if that equals the actual value. So if the actual value that was returned from the pop method is the same as the expected value that we pushed in with the push method. And now we should be able to run our tests, and they should all still be passing. Now, test number 5 would have been a multi-push pop and validate the results test, but that would expose the logic error that we purposely snuck in here so that we can find it later on with our SpecFlow automated acceptance tests. Check out the next demo to see that. So we're going to move on to test number 6, which is to see what happens if we pop from an empty stack. So again, we're going to reuse this code. Add extra space in there this time. And we are going to do a pop empty stack test. So no push, just pop empty stack. So no pushing items onto the stack. We're just going to try to pop a value off of the stack. And in this case, what we expect is that the value that we get back is null. Now, as I'm sure you can probably guess, that's not the case right now. If we try to pop a value from an index, or rather from a stack that has nothing in it, we're going to get an error. an index out of range exception, to be specific. So our test is failing because the argument or index is out of the expected range. So we're trying to access an item at index 0 when there's nothing at index 0. So because the test says that we expect it to return null, we need to go to our pop method and tell our pop method if the stack.count is less than 1, then the stack is empty. So return null, which is what our test is expecting. If there's something in the stack, if the count is 1 or greater, then we can go ahead and return the item from index 0, after converting it to a string, of course. Now we should be able to run that test and see it pass, because now our method returns null instead of throwing an exception. Let's move on to test number 7. In test number 7, we're going to do a push and a peek and make sure that the stack is not empty. So we're going to recycle this push pop check empty test. Just copy that this time and paste it down here. But this time, instead of doing a pop, we're going to do a peek. So push peek. Check empty test is what we're going to call this one. And we're just going to change the push method to a peek method. But this time, we would expect that the isEmpty method returns false, because the peek method should not clear the value off of the stack. Now, we can't run our test and see it fail until we generate enough code that the compiler can compile. Now we can run our test and see it fail, because, as we've seen before, the method is not yet implemented, so the test is failing due to that exception. So let's go to our stack class, and we will implement our peek method by basically using the same code from our pop method with one minor change. And that change is we are not going to remove the item from the stack. We're just going to retrieve it and return it. And that should allow our push peek check empty test to pass. So our tests are passing now. All 6 of our 6 tests are passing. And now we'll do one more test. We're going to skip test number 8, the multi-push peek test, because again, that would expose our secret logic error. So we're going to move on to test number 9, which is peeking at an empty stack. Now, the same way that we tried to pop from an empty stack and we expected that we would get null, when we peek from an empty stack, we are going to expect to get not null, but an exception. So when we peek at an empty stack, we don't need to do an assertion, because this time what we're checking for is not that a value is what we expected, but that we get an exception. So when you pop, we'll be nice and we'll return a null. But if you try to peek at an empty stack, oh, now you're crossing the line. Now we expect an exception. And the exception that we expect is going to be of the type system dot argument out of range exception, because the value that we're trying to select does not exist because the stack is empty. And we don't have to do anything special to make this test pass, because by default the stack throws an error if we don't tell it to return a null or some other graceful exit. So we should be able to run all of our tests now and see all of our tests pass. So that's the 7 of the 9 tests that we're going to create in this demo. We will find our logic error in the next demo, where we use SpecFlow to automate acceptance tests. Thanks for watching, guys. See you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome back to another Pro Data Man Trains demo. My name's Antoine Victor, and this will be a demonstration of test-driven development. And to that end, we're going to use a stack class, and we're going to write the test to help us drive the coding of that stack class. So let's dive right into the matrix. So our stack class is going to have 4 methods: an isEmpty method, a push method to push items onto the stack, a pop method to pop items off of the stack, and then a peek method to see what's on the stack without taking it off. We're going to do this in Visual Studio in C#. So let's go ahead and take a look. Now, the first thing that we're going to want to do here is create a new project. So I'm going to create a new project from the File menu. And the type of project that we're going to create is going to be an ASP.NET web application using the .NET framework. Now, I've already got that here in my recent projects, so I'm going to select it from here, but we could also find it in this list by selecting C#, Windows, and Web. And you can see ASP.NET web applications are here in this list somewhere. There it is, ASP.NET web application using the .NET framework towards the bottom of the list here. So we're going to go ahead and make sure we have that selected either here and or here, and then choose next. And we're going to rename our application project to Service Reservations Web User Interface. Now that's our project. Our project will be contained inside of a solution, and since we're probably going to have a test project here as well, we'll just call the solution Service Reservations, and it will contain a Service Reservations Web UI project as well as a Service Reservations Web UI test project. We'll click Create, and then it'll ask us what type of web application we want to create. Well, we want to use an MVC, a Model View Controller template. As well, we want to enable individual user account authentication, because that will allow us to store our user profiles either in a SQL Server database or allow our users to register and sign in using their existing account for Facebook, Twitter, Google, Microsoft, or another provider. So we'll click OK there, and then we're going to check this checkbox down here to also create a project for unit tests. And you can see the default name for the project here is Service Reservations Web UI.tests. So we'll create that. And once our project is created, we'll take a quick peek at some of the existing tests that are in this template from Microsoft. So you can see here in the Solution Explorer that we have our Service Reservations Web UI project, collapse that, as well as our Service Reservations Web UI test project, collapse that also. Now, both of these projects are inside of our one solution called Service Reservations. So the first thing that we want to do is take a look at the tests that were created for us. In our controllers folder, we've got a home controller tests.cs. If we open that, we can see that there are 3 tests here. A test for our index page, a test for our about page, and a test for our contact page. Now, we're only going to modify the test for the about page. Here, our about page test is looking to create an instance of the home controller and then get the results of the about function, which will be a view result that we'll store in the variable result. Now, we're going to use that result object to check and see what's in the view bag stored as a message. Now, in this case, what should be stored in that view bag message on the about page is the text, your application description page. But since we called this application Service Reservations, let's change that to Service Reservations description page. Now, because I'm changing the test before actually changing the page, this test should fail now. So I'm going to come down to this Test Explorer here, and I am going to tell it to run all tests. And here we can see we have 2 passing tests and 1 failing test. The failing test is our about test, and our about test is failing because, if we stretch it out a little bit here, our about test is failing because it was expecting to get the value service reservations description page, but what it actually got back was the output your reservation, or rather your application description page. So our test was expecting to receive service reservations description page, but what it actually got was your application description page. So you can see here, expected was service reservations description page. The actual was your application description page. And this is just because we changed the test first, and we have not yet changed the code under test. So let's do that. If we go to controllers in the Web UI project and open the home controller, you can see here the about function returns the view bag message, your application description page, and not service application description page that our test was looking for, or service reservation description page. Now that we've updated the page to actually output what the test is expecting, we should be able to run our tests and see it pass now. Now we have 3 passing tests. Our about page was expecting service reservation description page, and now it's getting service reservations description page. So we have 3 passing tests. Let's take this concept a step further. We're now going to go to our test project, and we are going to add a new unit test. We're going to rename our unit test from unit test 1 to stack tests. And yes, we want to rename all references, so it renames in the class file as well. Now that's been updated. And we are going to write our first test for the isEmpty method. Our isEmpty test. So our isEmpty method just needs to let us know that the stack is empty if there's nothing in it, and if there's something in the stack, it should tell us that the stack is not empty. So it should return true if the stack is empty and false if the stack is not empty. So first things first, we need a stack. So we're going to reference our non-existent stack class and store it in the variable stack with the lowercase s, and set that equal to a new instance of our non-existent stack class. Now, once we've successfully created an instance of our stack class, we are going to want to store the results of calling the isEmpty method into a variable, this time called isEmpty. And when we call the stack class's isEmpty method, we expect it to return a Boolean value, either a true or a false, indicating whether the stack has something in it. Now at this point, we haven't put anything in the stack, so isEmpty should return true. So we are going to assert that the stack isEmpty method is returning true using assert isTrue. And we are just going to compare that isEmpty method. And as long as the stack is empty and isEmpty returns true, our test will pass. Now we're going to use the code generation tools to generate just enough of the application structure so that the code can compile and our test can run and fail. So first, we're going to generate the type stack by using the generate new type dialog box. And I'm going to tell it that I want to create my stack in the Web UI project, not in the Web UI test project. And I don't want to add it to an existing file. I want to create a new file called stack.cs. And when I click OK, you'll notice that the red squiggly beneath stack goes away, because now the compiler knows that a stack class exists and where it's defined. And now that it knows where the stack class is and where it's defined, it knows that it does not have an isEmpty method declared. So now we have a red squiggly under isEmpty. But we're going to do the same thing. We're going to use the code generation tools to generate the method stack.isEmpty. And you can see by the sample here that it's going to create the method throwing an exception, not implemented exception. So that way when we try to run the test will fail, but it'll be very clear why the test is failing. So now we can run our test. Notice we can run our test from the test menu as well as from the Test Explorer. Now, if we look over here in our Test Explorer, we can see that we have a new set of tests, the stack tests, where there is one test case, and this test case is our isEmpty test, and it is failing because, if we read the message here, it's failing because the method or operation is not yet implemented. So it's not failing because we have a logic error or because we coded something wrong. It's failing because we haven't coded anything yet. So now we can write just enough code to pass our test. So from our stack method, if we hover our mouse over isEmpty or we right click, we can choose go to definition, or we can press F12 to take us to where this method is defined in the stack class. You can see here it's throwing an exception. So to resolve this, in this demo, we are going to create a custom stack by creating an instance of an array list. Now in this case, our stack class doesn't know what an array list is, so we will again use the code generation tools to make a reference to system.collections where the array list class is defined. Now that we have a new instance of the array list stored in the stack variable, we can flesh out our isEmpty method by returning the results of stack.count equals 0. So the result of this expression will be true if the count of the items in the stack is 0, and false if the count of the items in the stack is anything but 0. So given an empty stack, this will return true. Given a non-empty stack, this will return false. Let's test that theory by, again, running our tests. And now we can see that the isEmpty test is passing because there's nothing in the stack and isEmpty returns true. We'll flesh out the rest of the tests in the next demo. Thanks for watching. And we're back. We're going to continue on with the demo that we started previously in Git. This time, we're going to explore the same Git fundamentals inside of an integrated development environment. In this case today, it's going to be Eclipse. So let's dig into it. My name's Antoine Victor, and this is ProDataMan Trains. All right, as I said, we're going to continue on with the Git demo that we started previously, but this time we're going to use those same Git commands inside of a GUI, graphical user interface. In this case, it's going to be an integrated development environment called Eclipse. So let's go ahead and jump into the virtual machine and take a look at our Git fundamentals inside of Eclipse. So over here to the left, I've got my terminal window from our previous demo where you can see my stack.java class is still there and has been committed to the stack utility repository. Today, we are going to go into Eclipse and we're going to create a Maven project and then add that Maven project to our stack utility repository in Git. So let's do it. Just maximize my copy of Eclipse here. And then I'm going to go to the File menu, and I'm going to create a new project. The project type that I'm going to create is going to be a Maven project. And to do that, I'll have to go to the Other submenu here. And inside of the Other submenu, there is this new project wizard where you can see I've got the Maven folder already expanded. I'm going to select Maven project and next. And since we're not going to be doing anything fancy in this demo, we're just going to create a simple stack app or stack class. I'm going to create a simple project and skip the archetype selection. And we'll use PDM for our group ID and stack app for our artifact ID. From there, we can just go ahead and hit finish. All right, so now we've got our stack app. And our stack app doesn't really have much of anything in it, but let's at least go ahead and add a quick little test here. We'll start using good programming practices. So we're going to use test-driven development, and we're going to create a new Java JUnit test case. And to do that, again, we're going to go into the Other window and create a new JUnit test case. Hit Next, and we'll name our JUnit test case stack test because we're going to use it to test our stack class. And we'll accept the default here to include a setup function. And we'll just go ahead and hit finish. Now, because we're adding a JUnit test case, it's asking us if we want to add the JUnit library to the build path. Well, if we don't do that, it doesn't work. So we'll go ahead and accept the default and click OK. Now you can see over here in our project, we have JUnit 4 in our build path, and we also have our new test class. I'm just going to take the sample test that they gave us here, and I'm going to rename it to isEmptyTest. And in this test, we're just going to check for the existence of the stack class by creating a new instance of the stack class and storing it in a variable called stack with a lowercase s. And then we're going to assert that when we call the stack objects isEmpty method, that it returns true. Now, since both the stack class and the isEmpty method on that stack class don't yet exist, first we get red squigglies on the stack class itself, and we can get rid of those red squigglies by simply creating a class called stack using the code generation tools. Now, the only change that I'm going to make here is that I don't want the stack class created in the test folder. Rather, I want it created in the main folder. So I'm going to change that to main, and then you can see it's already chosen the name stack for my class. So I'm just going to hit finish. You can see it has automatically created the stack class for me. I didn't have to type anything. Less typing, less typos. So let's go back to our test. And you can see in our test, the red squigglies have been removed from the stack class, but they've moved down here to the reference to the isEmpty method on the stack object. And since we just created that stack class, we know that it has no isEmpty method definition. So again, we're going to use the code generation tools to go ahead and create a method in the stack class called isEmpty. And again, the code generation tools have automatically created a method called isEmpty that returns false by default. In order for our test to pass, we have to return true. But before we do that, let's go ahead and run our test and see it fail. So I'm going to run as a JUnit test. prompting me to save all of my files. And now we can see, as indicated by the red bar here, that our test has failed due to an assertion error because it's expecting true and what it got was false. Now, if we simply change that to true, our test will pass, but we really haven't solved the business problem. We'll do that on a future demo. For now, let's just see if our test passes. So again, we'll right-click, and we'll run it as a JUnit test. Prompted to save our files again. And this time we get a green bar, which indicates that our test has passed. Now we can go ahead and associate our Maven project with the repository that we created earlier. So all we're going to do here in our Git repositories window is we are going to add an existing local Git repository to our Eclipse instance here. And you can see it already knows that there's a Git repository out there called Stack Utility, and it's asking us if we want to associate with that one. Why, yes, we do. So I'm going to check the checkbox and click Add. Now you can see in the repositories window that Eclipse is well aware of our Stack Utility repository and the working tree that contains the stack.java class that we created in the previous demo. Now we're going to go ahead and add our Stack app to that Stack Utility repository. We're going to use the Team menu and the Share Project menu item to do that. Here it asks us what repository that we want to configure, and since we've already added it, all we have to do is select from the drop-down that Stack Utility repository that we just associated with Eclipse. And now we can select Finish and associate our Stack app project with the Stack Utility repository. Now that we've made that association, if we jump back over to the terminal, we'll be able to see that in the terminal, if we do a git status now, that there are new untracked files in that Stack app folder that contains our Maven project. Now let's jump back over to Eclipse, and in Eclipse, we'll use the Git staging view. In the staging view, you can see that we have unstaged changes. I'm going to select all of those files, click the little plus button here, and we'll add those files to the staged changes area. Now, if we jump back to the terminal window and run a git status again, we will see that now we have staged files that are waiting to be committed. Now, if you recall from the previous demo, we could commit those files by doing a git commit and adding a commit message like created initial project structure. Or we could do that exact same thing in the GUI in Eclipse by typing our commit message here. Created initial project structure. Less typing, less typos, like I said. And now we can go ahead and commit those changes. But before we do that, let's have a little fun. I'm going to drag these stage changes back over to unstaged changes. With just a drag and a drop or pressing the minus key there, if we jump back over to the terminal and run a git status again, we can see now those files are untracked and no longer staged. This time I'll go ahead and do the git add here. to add all of the files in the current directory to the staging area. Now, if we do a git status, we can see that those files are back in the staging area. And if we come back to Eclipse and we do a refresh, we can see that those files have indeed moved to the staging area. So let's go ahead and commit those files. Now the files have been committed, nothing in the staged or unstaged area. And if we go back to the terminal and we run a git status, we can see that indeed we do have nothing left to commit and our working tree is clean. So that concludes this demo of performing the same basic git commands in a graphical user interface or integrated development environment, IDE, which in this case we used Eclipse for. You could use pretty much whatever tool that you want to use for whatever programming language that you're working in. In most cases, they will have some level of Git integration. But if you do run across an IDE that doesn't have Git integration, you can always jump back to the terminal, to the command prompt. So that concludes our demo. Join us on the next one for some slightly more advanced Git commands, both at the terminal and in the IDE. I'm Antoine Victor, and this has been Pro Data Man Trains. Join us for the next demo to see more advanced Git commands. If you enjoyed this demo, please smash that like button. It really helps us out. If you want to make sure you're notified when the next video comes out, be sure to subscribe and ring the bell so you get all the notifications. Thanks again for watching. I were. It's a weird voice. Anyway, let's put this up. Okay. So before I start recording, supposed to be in the last demo there was stack.java. Now there's still stack.java. So let's see what we're gonna do. We're gonna create something in this repo. We'll create a whole project. So yeah, in this demo, what we are going to do is what was said here. Video. Okay, so we're going to create a Maven project in Eclipse. We're going to add the Maven project to the Git staging area with right now. Now, in the Git staging area, nothing. Anywho, let's see here. So there shouldn't be anything in the repo. And there's nothing floating around, but there is a stack.java. So that's been committed to the repo. It's not in the staging area. All right, let's get into Eclipse and take a look. Just doing a little housekeeping. I haven't even hit record yet.
Oh.
Nice to have some to drink. Okay, so let's see here. No, I'll get it. Shadow face going on. Okay, so let's see here. We're in Eclipse. We got no projects. Our repo connection is empty. We are good to go. All right. So I'm gonna have this up. Let's start off in the terminal. Come back over here. Interesting. Come back over here and this shot. The Matrix. Dun dun dun. And no music playing, right? Yeah. All right. And then I want this shown. Yeah, while I do this. All right, let's give it a shot. Here we go. A one and a two, and you know what to do. Hey, welcome back. In the last demo, we created a Git repository. And in that Git repository, we created a basic text file, a Java file actually, with a single Java class in it called stack. That'll become more relevant in this demo. But in this demo, we're basically going to do the same type of repository manipulation, but instead of doing it at the command prompt, we're going to do it using Eclipse. In fact, we'll jump back and forth between Eclipse and the command prompt. So let's dig into it. I'm Antoine Victor. and this is ProDataMan Trains. Okay, so like I said, we're going to create a Maven project, and then we're going to add that Maven project to the Git staging area, and then we're going to commit that Maven project to the Git repository. And that once we verify that the files have been committed to a local Git repository, we're going to connect that local Git repository to a remote repository, and then we'll go ahead and push that Maven project out to that remote repo. So let's start by taking a look at our local repository and what's left over from our project in the last demo. So you can see I've already done a file list here. And the only file that's present is this stack utility folder and its stack.java file. If we do a git status, we can see that there's nothing in the working tree. The working tree is clean. There's nothing waiting to be committed. Everything is good to go. So let's jump over to Eclipse. And in Eclipse, so it's just a standard IDE for developing Java solutions. In Eclipse, some prefer IntelliJ, some prefer Visual Studio Code. But we're going to use Eclipse today. And in Eclipse, we are going to first create a simple Maven project by going to the File menu, selecting New, choosing Other, and then selecting Maven project here from the Maven folder. We're going to tell it to create a simple project, no archetype selection. We're not going to get into anything complex here. We're just going to create just enough code so that we have something to commit to Git. I'm going to set the group ID as PDM and the artifact ID as, we'll call it stack app. We're going to put our stack app into our stack utility Git repository. Go ahead and hit finish. And now we've got our stack app project with pretty much nothing in it at this point except for the project object model XML file. I'm just going to quickly create a test file just so we have something to commit. Create a JUnit test case. And for the sake of this demo, I'm just going to use JUnit 4. I'm going to call my test stack test. And I'm going to go ahead and use the default package because we're not building a production app here, even though it says the use of the default package is discouraged. We're going to ignore that warning. And yes, I do want to go ahead and add the JUnit 4 library to the build path. Why not have the system do that for me instead of doing it manually at the command prompt? All right, there we go. For now, that's good enough. We'll flesh this out a little further in a future tester and development demo. But for now, let's go ahead and add it to our existing Git repository. First, let's add our existing Git repository. There's our stack utility repo. Go ahead and add that guy. And then we're going to add our project to that repo. We're going to do that from the team menu by selecting Share Project. And then we can just select the repository from the drop-down here. There's our stack utility repository. All right. So now we should be able to address the changes that we've made to our project files. Did we save this? Let's go ahead and, nope, it's been saved. And now we can see that our unstaged changes show up here in the get staging area. Let's take a look at the command prompt. If we go to our terminal and we now do a get status, we have the Stack app that we just created, that Stack app project, showing as untracked files, meaning that they have not yet been moved into the staging area. Now, as we saw in the previous demo, we could do a get add dot, and we could add all those files to the staging area from the command prompt. But let's do that a little bit differently this time. This time, instead of typing at the command prompt, we're simply going to come to the unstaged changes area. We're going to do a Control A to select all of the files there. And then we are just going to drag and drop those files In this demo, we're going to take a look at some basic Git functions. The git init function, the git status function, git add, and git commit. Essentially what we're going to do is create a Git repo folder and then create a project folder inside. And then we'll add some files to that project, add those files to the staging area, and then commit those files to the repo. So let's do it. I'm Antoine, and this is ProDataMan Trains. Okay, so like I said, we're going to take a look at some basic Git functions. First, we're going to create a couple of files in a folder. We'll turn that folder into a Git repo using the git init function, and then we will go ahead and commit those files to the repo. But before we do any of that, let's get into our virtual machine here. The screen. So here is our virtual machine. Already got a terminal up and running here. So in my terminal, I was just taking a look at my Git repos folder, and I'm going to make a directory called stack utility, let's call it that. I'm going to go into my stack utility folder. Less typing, less typos, programmer's rule number one. All right, so if we look in our brand new stack utility folder, you can see that there is nothing in this folder, all right? No problem. Right now, we're gonna check and see what version of Git we're running. We've got Git version 2.25.1. So that's our Git version. Now we can check our Git status, and we can see that this directory currently is not a Git repository. So let's do a git init. Initialized empty Git repository in the current folder. Now if we do a git status, out the fat fingerings there, we can see that we are in a Git repository on branch master. There are no commits yet, and there's nothing to commit. There are no files here. So we are going to create a file, and the file that we're going to create is going to be called, let's just go ahead and create the stack class. There we go. That'll do for now. And we will save our file. Verify that our file is there. And now we'll check git status. At this point, we have our new file, stack.java, that is untracked, meaning that it is not in the staging area. So what we could do is add that file with a git add, and add that specific file name, stack.java, or we could simply tell it to add all of the files that we just created in this current directory. We only created one file, but imagine, if you will, we had 15 files. It would be no fun at all to add those files as a comma separated list, so we can simply do git add dot, which will add all of the files in the current directory. Less typing, less typos. So now if we do a git status, we should see that our one new file, stack.java, has been added to our staging area. So now we can go ahead and commit that file from our staging area into the repo. We're going to do that with a git commit. And we'll use the -m switch to add the commit message. In this case, that commit message is going to be created stack class. And go. And now it tells us that the master had a root commit where we created the stack class. One file was changed, 3 insertions, and create mode. And then we have the identifier there and the stack file that we just created. If we do a git status one more time, we can see that there is nothing to commit. The working tree is clean. And for now, that concludes our demo. Some basic git functions so that the next demos will make sense. We're going to continue on in the next demo with adding some actual Java project or Maven project files using Eclipse to this same repo, at which point we'll connect this repo to a GitHub remote repository. So stay tuned for that. To make sure you see that video when it comes out, go ahead and smash that like button and hit the subscribe, ring the bell, and you'll be notified when that next video comes out. Thanks for watching. I'm Antoine Victor, and this is ProDataMan Trains. We'll see you on the next one. In this demo, we're going to take a look at some basic Git functions. The Git init function, the Git status function, Git add, and Git commit. Essentially what we're going to do is create a Git repo folder, and then create a project folder inside, and then we'll add some files to that project, add those files to the staging area, and then commit those files to the repo. So let's do it. I'm Antoine, and this is ProDataMan Trains. Okay, so like I said, we're going to take a look at some basic Git functions. First, we're going to create a couple of files in a folder. We'll turn that folder into a Git repo using the Git init function, and then we will go ahead and commit those files to the repo. But before we do any of that, let's get into our virtual machine here. Screen. So here is our virtual machine. Already got a terminal up and running here. So in my terminal, I was just taking a look at my Git repos folder. And I'm going to make a directory called stack app. Or stack utility, let's call it that. I'm going to go into my stack utility folder. Fingered it. Less typing, less typos. Programmer's rule number 1. All right, so we look in our brand new stack utility folder. You can see that there is nothing in this folder. All right, no problem. Right now, we're going to check and see. First, let's check and see what version of Git we're running. Got Git version 2.25.1. So that's our Git version. Now we can check our Git status, and we can see that this directory currently is not a Git repository. So let's do a Git init. Initialized empty Git repository in the current folder. Now if we do a Git status, there, we can see that we are in a Git repository on branch master. There are no commits yet, and there's nothing to commit. There are no files here. So why don't we have a little fun? Let's go ahead and launch Eclipse. You know what? Let's not. We'll save that for another demo. I was going to go into Eclipse and create a couple of Java files, but in the interest of simplicity, let us simply stay in the command window here, and we'll create just a regular old text file. Any day now. There we go. My virtual machine is running a little slow here. Come on. There we go. Okay, so we are going to create a file. And the file that we're going to create is going to be called, let's just go ahead and create the stack class. There we go. That'll do for now. And we will save our file. Verify that our file is there. And now we'll check Git status. At this point, we have our new file, stack.java, that is untracked, meaning that it is not in the staging area. So what we could do is add that file with a git add, and add that specific file name, stack.java, or we could simply tell it to add all of the files that we just created in this current directory. We only created one file, but imagine, if you will, we had 15 files. It would be no fun at all to add those files as a comma-separated list, so we can simply do git add dot, which will add all of the files in the current directory. Less typing, less typos. All right, so now if we do a git status, we should see that our one new file, stack.java, has been added to our staging area. So now we can go ahead and commit that file from our staging area into the repo. We're going to do that with a git commit. And we'll use the -m switch to add the commit message. In this case, that commit message is going to be created stack class. And go. And now it tells us that the master had a root commit where we created the stack class. One file was changed, 3 insertions, and create mode. And then we have a identifier there and the stack file that we just created. If we do a git status one more time, we can see that there is nothing to commit. The working tree is clean. And for now, that concludes our demo. Some basic git functions so that the next demos will make sense. We're going to continue on in the next demo with adding some actual Java project or Maven project files using Eclipse to this same repo, at which point we'll connect this repo to a GitHub remote repository. So stay tuned for that. To make sure you see that video when it comes out, go ahead and smash that like button and hit the subscribe, ring the bell. You'll be notified.
Thanks for watching. I'm Antoine Victor, and this is Pro Data Man Trains. We'll see you on the next one.
Hello and welcome to another demo from your friends here at Professional Data Management. In this video, we will be doing a quick install of the Java Development Kit, otherwise known as the JDK. You'll need to download the JDK in order to follow along and participate in upcoming Agile and DevOps demos, so let's go ahead and get started. Open up a browser and navigate to the Java download page. Links are in the description. We are running a 64-bit version of Windows, so let's select it right here. Now, when we first attempt to download the JDK, a dialog box pops up that says, sorry, you must accept the license agreement before downloading. So let's accept it by clicking this button and continue. Once it is downloaded, let's open it up and let's launch the executable. Okay, locate your JDK by going to your C drive and opening up the program files. Open up the Java folder and select the JDK. And copy the location to your clipboard. So now that we have the address, we need to create a variable and map a path. So open up your control panel, choose System and Security, click System, click Advanced System Settings. If you're like me, you may need to identify yourself if you're not the administrator. Mine is actually doing that on a screen that you can't see, so let me drag it down right here. Now, as I said, we need to create a new variable, so let's choose Environment Variables. In the System Variables menu, choose New. We're going to call our new variable Java_home. And go ahead and paste the location of the JDK that we copied and click OK. Now, in the Systems Variables window, click on Path. Click Edit, choose New, and we're going to type in %, Java _home %\bin. Basically, we're specifying that whenever there's a search made for Java home, it's going to go to this same location. So let's launch a command prompt. Once again, it's opening on a different screen, so let me drag it down for you again. Type Java-version, enter, and you're going to get a result that looks something like this, which verifies that the JDK installation was indeed successful. So that's it. That's all for this video. What we did was install the JDK, otherwise known as the Java Development Kit. Thank you for watching. We'll see you next time. This is your buddy Jay, signing off for your friends here at Professional Data Management. Thank you for watching. Don't forget to like and subscribe. We'll see you guys next time. Hello and welcome to another quick demo from your friends here at Professional Data Management. In this video, we will be running through an installation of Apache Maven. Now, in one of our previous videos, we downloaded the Java Development Kit, otherwise known as the JDK. This is a prerequisite for participation in this demo, so if you have not downloaded the JDK, pause this now and come back after you have done so. Links are in the description below for that demo. If you already have the JDK installed, then you're ready to download Maven, so let's get to it. Open up a browser and navigate to the Apache Maven download page. Links are in the description. When you get there, scroll down until you see the Apache Maven zip file and click to download. Once it has finished, locate the zip file in your downloads, right-click on the folder, and choose Extract All. Next, we will cut the Maven folder, open up your C drive, and we're going to go ahead and paste it right in here. Now that we have moved it, let's rename the folder. We're going to call it Maven. Now that our Maven folder is in its new location, we need to create a couple of environment variables. So go ahead and open up your control panel. Choose System and Security, System, and click on Advanced Settings. At this time, you may be prompted to identify your credentials, like myself. It's actually happening on a screen that you can't see, so I'll drag it down here real quick. Now we're going to create our variables, so let's open up the environment variables. In the Systems Variables menu, click New. We're going to name our first variable Maven_home. The variable value will be C:\Maven. Click New to create another variable. And we're going to name this one M2_home. The variable value for this will also be C:\Maven. So now that we've created our variables, you can see them both in the Systems Variable window. Now we need to create a path for each of them. So scroll down to Path and click Edit. Click New. Our first path will be $Maven_home_bin. And then we're going to click Edit one more time. And our second path will be $M2_home_bin. Click OK to exit and apply. Click OK again. And go ahead and click OK one more time as we close out. Now we're going to check and see if we installed Maven correctly. So let's open up a command prompt. Inside of your command prompt, type MVN, which is command prompt speak for Maven. And then type -version. Upon hitting enter, you should see something like this, which means the installation was successful. So there you have it. This concludes our demo for the installation of Apache Maven. Links are in the description to view our follow-up videos on DevOps and Agile development with your friends here at Professional Data Management. Thank you for watching.
Culturally, how they were talking about what? What do you guys think of DevOps being taught so much as a culture without a lot of labs being included in the coursework?
I think it's weak. Yeah, I think that's weak. Simply just saying, you know, oh, you should You know, that's like saying you should manage the right way but not implementing it, right?
But
like,
at the same time, a lot of the people that attend that DevOps boot camp are executive levels, basically D-level and up.
Thank you. This is exactly why I wanted to ask you.
If you go deep on some shit, they're like, I've got a meeting, and they sneak out.
It seems like the cultural part is actually the priority. The technical part is the second thing that needs to come after the introduction to it.
The cultural change represents more disruption.
Right.
There's people have spent, you know, the last 10 years building up their turf to be the director, to have their organization, to create their silo. They've carved out their silos,
and now we're trying to take their silo away from them.
So that part, without a doubt, is the cause of most friction.
Because if they're not on board, it doesn't happen. No matter what technical tools you get or whatever for the team. Am I tripping or no?
I mean, they're mostly aware that there's a cultural issue. There's something that has to change.
It has to be a top-down exercise, though. If C-levels aren't driving that change, it's not going to work.
Everybody's on board. Even if you may create a mandate from the top, nobody's going to do anything.
I experienced that.
I just got from back from an enterprise organization that should remain unnamed in this podcast, in this video, but they're fully aware that there's a cultural issue, and they're fully aware that stuff needs to change, but they're all like naysayers, like, we'll never make it, oh, that'll never work here, oh, we can never do that. I mean, a lot of them are mainframe guys, and some of what they say I totally get, like, you can't go small work items and smaller bat sizes on a mainframe module that has 5,000 lines of code in it. Like, it's hard to break that down without breaking it.
So that's why, and we talk about this a lot in our DevOps classes. You pick a small service to migrate over into that, you know, kind of, you know, application first architecture, right? And use that
microservice strangler pattern.
Exactly. Start with something small, like automate the deployment of the NTP daemon, the time daemon, on all your servers and network devices. You know, just build some automation around that, so that it doesn't matter if it's a Windows server, a Linux server, a Cisco router switch, whatever it is, you manage all the devices in your organization's time through this one automated process. Right, and if you update that, you retool it, whatever, it's all bundled in its package right there, and then you move on to another small win. Right,
that's the thing. You don't have to solve all the world's problems on the first iteration.
Okay, I completely agree with you guys, but I want to know. This leads me to my next point. So, do you think the way that it's being taught across the board, generally speaking, should get more technical, or do you think it should remain the way that it's being taught now?
I think there should be a little more technical. And that's one of the things that we were talking about at the event yesterday.
That's what made me start thinking about it.
And that's that, you know, at the end of the DevOps bootcamp, there's mention of a lot of tools, but there isn't enough depth on the tool to really tell you what to do next.
Sure.
Right? And I think a couple people mentioned that during the meeting yesterday.
Right.
But at the same time, you don't want so much depth that you start losing the D-levels and up, because they're not the implementers. They're not the worker bees. So if you start going deep on something, you're going to lose them. But I think just like a simple video, not a deep dive, but just a end-to-end tool chain example.
Sure.
Maybe not end-to-end, but each tool, this is where it fits in the end-to-end, and you kind of chain that stuff together instead of just showing a slide on a particular tool. Say this is where this tool fits in the tool chain. Here's another tool, but if you're going to show a video, especially in that environment, excuse me, problem with nerds with beers is if you're going to show a video on one of those tools in that boot camp, it can't be more than like 3 or 4 minutes. If it's like a 10, 15, 20-minute video, you're going to lose those people again.
Here's the other thing, you know, really, this is where platforms like GitHub really shine, right?
Okay.
What you do is you give back to the community, share things like setup templates and things like that, so the nerds can go back and actually do labs.
I'm saying.
And
So
the director level people get the pitch, right? And if they don't want to do the labs, they don't have to do the labs, but the nerds can go say, all right, here's the big picture. Now, if you want some hands-on, go ahead and hit our repo, download it, and then go ahead and run it. And it shouldn't even have to be within like our environment. It should be generic enough that they just plug in their GCP, their Azure, their AWS credentials, their Rackspace credentials, whatever it is, their own private cloud. It should be as simple as they just punch in some credentials and then they're deploying in their own cloud the templates we've shared with them.
But what are you talking about?
It can
That's where you mentioned that before, and that's where you kind of lost me, because as Jay and I set up these Amazon machine instances, anything that's not just open source, off the shelf Jenkins or something that doesn't require a trial license that's going to expire, or something that requires no licensing at all. If it's not something like that,
you need a way to export your SSH keys to a central store so that your private keys are in one place, right? And then you automate dynamically the discovery of your cloudy inventories in each of those different environments.
Right, but what I'm saying is, if you have something that requires licensing, you can't store it in an AMI. It'll restrict you, at least in AWS. AWS will restrict you from spinning. You can create an AMI if you, for example, if you use a CloudBees AMI.
Are we about to raise up or what? Or are we gonna drive one another beer?
I think I'm cool with whatever you guys want to do.
That means I'm gonna get another beer. One more. Thank you.
Yeah. It's supposed to be nerds with beers, not nerds without
beers.
So anyway, when we've created like CloudBees instances,
I don't think there's a perfect glue there. I think there's some tools like that one I mentioned, CloudBolt or like Cisco Cloud Center. There are some tools out there that automate orchestration for you.
What I'm saying is now you're restricting what you can possibly show. So what we're trying to do is say, here are the possible tools that you can use in this tool chain, and you want to put something in a GitHub repo. Almost all the stuff that I would want to show requires licensing, and they wouldn't be able to just put in some AWS credentials or Rackspace credentials because the AMI wouldn't be available. They would still have to go and get their own trial license and do the installation. I can't just say, here you go, here's an AMI, spin it up, because it would say, you can't create an instance of this AMI because it has CloudBees licensing, or it has Puppet licensing, or it has this, or it has that. Unless they're installing it from scratch with their own Puppet license or with their own CloudBees license, the AMI won't spin up. That's how it works on AWS. I'm sure it's similar on Azure. As I spin up SharePoint instances or Team Foundation Services instances, the same thing is true. If you try to save a copy of the image, when you try to spin it back up again, it says, hey, there's proprietary licensing stuff in here. You only paid for one instance. Now you're trying to spin up 15. We're not going to let you do that.
Okay, so
to put it in a repo and spin it up, you got to figure out something.
Can they use the trial license though? For like 30
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. In order to use the trial license, they would have to install it themselves. Or in some cases, you could do the installation of the software up to the point where it asks for the key, and then they could take it from there. But that's basically the point that I'm making. They would have to go through the process of getting their own trial license. You can't just have it all set up and put it in GitHub and say, just click here and we'll spin it up for you, because that doesn't work.
So now that you've heard that side, is your answer yes or no? That's what I really want to know. That's what I'm trying to
Yes or no to what?
Do you think it should be more technical, or should it remain cultural? Now that you know that he's presented the side that
that doesn't change my stance at all. The reason, look,
it's just a solution for making it technical.
You still, all right. So fine.
And I guess that's my real question. Is there a solution available that could circumvent that at this time that would make it worth teaching?
A video demo. You can't really go. I mean, your video demo, or you can still post to get them hands on.
Still post to GitHub. Look, dude, everyone. Listen. All the people in the DevOps community, they expect that. Like everyone else is using that platform.
You're saying post to GitHub, but you're not being specific about what you're going to post. And
I would no. What I'm saying is you post labs that they can run on their own. All right, so it's not automated. So it's not automated. Can I finish, man?
No,
it's not automated to the point where you simply
I want to
click.
talk over you, and so nobody can hear what you're saying. I'm just fucking with you. Go ahead.
Look, dude. So it's not
serious, man.
Don't get your panties in a knot.
My panties aren't in a knot. I'm trying to finish, man.
What can I say?
So whatever. Okay, guys.
Go ahead. We're listening. Go ahead.
Slap the penis up on the table and tell your story.
It's all good, man.
Stop interrupting Owen. Come on.
Don't
let the man
cross
speak.
the stream.
This is like.
I spoke my piece. I'm good.
This is like South Park. Can I finish? Can I finish? nothing left to talk about.
Right, man. I'm curious what you want to put in GitHub. I really am. I'm really curious.
Actually,
what the solution is.
I told you guys. No, I told you guys. No, look, dude, look. If you're going to have a high-level technical briefing, you bundle that with some labs that they can run on their own. And yes, they can download them from GitHub. And no, we don't have to automate the deployment of how they decide to build out an Azure infrastructure, a GCP, AWS. I don't care how they build their infrastructure. We can provide lab templates that are valuable to them that they can then figure out how to build it on their own. We don't have to tell them how to run their credit card through Amazon. They should know how to do that. We don't have to tell them how to spin up an AMI. They can figure that out somewhere else.
In the lab template, then, if you're not including that stuff, what are you including?
We're including the architecture needed to spin up their application, right?
So you're saying include blank servers. Here's your Linux server with nothing on it. Here's the instructions for setting up.
So you take your it's basically a Puppet manifest or an Ansible playbook, right? Which actually starts with a base image and installs all the software that needs to be installed on there so that you got your full stack deployment.
Here we go. Hello, YouTubers and YouTubettes. It's your man Jay Dore, aka Jamal. I've got my man Antoine Victor across from me in the back. My dude, John Reeser, representing all of the developers in the building. Cheers to that. This is Nerds with Beers. So, there's a really important question that a lot of people want to know, John. And this is it's highly technical. I don't want to hit you with the hard stuff, but seriously. Star Wars or Star Trek?
Man, it's a great question.
Right?
We have to be qualified first.
That's like the geek.
Stars.
For the but for the thinky Star Trek. So it kind of depends on your mood. I'm a nerd, man. I play little video games on my phone.
Sometimes
I have
you want to see
now
shit get blown
a
up,
Star
right?
Trek one and a Star Wars one.
That is the best nuanced answer I've ever heard.
Do the games follow along with your analogy there? Is the Star Wars game more
Yeah.
and the Star Trek game is more a thinking game,
The Star
strategy?
Wars one, you go like kill a guy and he kills him.
Right.
And the Star Trek one, you have to get
solve
material.
Exactly. And that is the difference, right?
Yeah.
I mean, I love Star Wars.
Except for
but
J.J.
I love
Abrams.
Star Trek.
J.J. Abrams is trying to change that.
He's trying to make it all
more.
He's trying to Star Warsize it.
Yeah. That last Star Trek movie was much more.
What was the last Star Trek?
Exactly right. But
That was the Cumberbatch. The Cumberbatch.
What? That sounds dirty.
Benedict
You did
Cumberbatch.
what on our?
I don't even know if I'm
shouldn't say
saying his
that.
name right. But you know. All right, so John, as far as Agile is concerned.
Wait, John, where do you work? What do you do?
Oh, yeah, sure. Let's give people an introduction.
I'm John Reeser. I am a senior applications developer at AT&T.
AKA a nerd.
AKA nerd, right.
What are the cool type though?
So yeah, that's my title.
He also plays in an awesome band. So he's,
As I said, the cool type.
So you're familiar with Agile. You're familiar with Waterfall. Have you ever been in a situation where you're on a team that's implementing Agile from Waterfall?
Agile Fall,
Thank you.
Water Scrum.
Exactly.
Yeah, we've done that a lot.
Can you elaborate on how that process worked for you and what the obstacles were?
So I found there's a lot of energy trying to turn everything into Agile. Right. Agile is the cool catchphrase.
Yeah.
Somebody told everybody up higher that, man, it would be way more productive if everything is Agile. Agile makes things go faster.
I heard Agile was
and-
faster.
Yeah.
It's taking you so long.
Totally.
We've been doing Agile for a month. Why am I making more money?
Cancel this project.
So it's been mandated that everything will be Agile.
Right.
So, but you have these huge projects that are like, well, here's all the design phase, and we're going to get it to deploy here.
Right.
And we're going to use the Agile process to do that. In my understanding of Agile, if you do a sprint Agile, or a sprint Scrum,
Right.
every sprint should be deliverable.
Yes,
Right?
thank you.
Now, what happens? Well, it's not deliverable. We just made some chores that we were going to get done by this deadline. But
we think we're done.
Yeah, but a lot of them we had to hand off to here. And it's not like, oh, it's deliverable. And, you know, we might throw it away because we rebuilt it. So none of that happens. And so it's really just waterfall. And then they're like, oh, just to get it done by the deadline.
2-week waterfalls. Right?
Right, totally.
That's actually a perfect answer. Okay, so that actually brings me to my next question. So do you think that there's people who think, teams, who think they're agile, but they're actually still kind of waterfallish?
No, that never happens. Shut your mouth. That's blasphemy. See, so if I go to a stand-up in the morning, right? And
Do you sit down at the stand-up?
Sometimes I'm driving.
Right.
But if I'm in stand-up, if I go through Scrum and I go through a sprint and I do agile process, then I must be doing agile, right?
You must be. You stood
Right.
up.
I must be, right? Even though I may not have had any deliverable by the end of every sprint. And so
it's riddled with defects, but we did a sprint. We're agile.
Yeah, I finished the sprint. At the end of the sprint, I was able to do a demo and say we did these things, right? So it's agile, right?
See, that's exactly.
And that's so to answer your question.
At the end of your sprint, you were able to do a new demo, do a demo of new features, though.
No.
Oh, no. Okay.
A demo of what I did, right? So
wait. So here's the lines of code that I wrote. It doesn't really do shit yet, but here's the lines of code.
Here's what I was kind of working on. And
it's not done yet.
Yeah.
One day, sometime soon, it'll do something like this.
Right. And so lots of people feel like because they've gone through that process that they're doing agile. Right. Because they can do a burn down report.
Burn down chart, yeah.
They go, see, I'm agile, right?
But your understanding of agile, they're not truly agile. Because in our experience, we come across a lot of organizations who think they're agile, not going to name any names, and then when we ask them key questions about how they're implementing their agile methodology,
they're like, oh, we don't do it like that here.
Right.
No, we do something different.
Right.
What you're doing sounds like waterfall. No, we're agile.
Right.
We just do it our own way.
Yeah.
So I just wanted to make sure that that's not our imagination. You've experienced that as well.
Yeah. Yes, but I see a lot of, just to vent a little bit. I mean, I see especially that sprint thing, and they're locked into sprints, and they lock it every 2 weeks or every 3 weeks we're on a sprint. And I was looking a bit at Kanban as well, and it's like, that seems to make way more sense as far as a sprint, as an agile process.
Big fan of Kanban.
Totally, right? And then you throw a sprint in when you need to sprint. You know, when I need to get things done, okay, let's create some sprints and get this stuff done. Otherwise, Kanban is you can if you have the bandwidth. You know? Right?
What I like about the Kanban boards is that it allows you to visualize the work that you're doing, right? So I think Kanban is great for visualization, but what it lacks if you do Kanban only and you don't combine it with Scrum or Agile or something is it lacks kind of the structure, right? You have a backlog of things that you need to get done, and you can visualize the stuff that's getting done moving down the swim lanes, but the stuff that's not moving, you don't really have any insight to why it's not moving or what the holdup is or any of that type of stuff. So that's one of the things that I really like about Agile is that Agile provides an opportunity to do sprint planning if it's done correctly. You plan your sprint, and if you fail at the end, if you're doing it correctly, checking your metrics, you know what failed and why it failed, that your estimates were wrong. With Kanban, you visualize it, but I think you need more than that. Like, is that your experience as well? Or like on the Kanban board, do you find that things are stuck there that don't move along very well?
I mean, I don't. I think a lot of that hugely depends on the team.
Yeah, that's
true.
I
like
agree.
if you have a team and like people who go, well, we need these done. You know, these are priorities. We got to get that done. So maybe you've created a whole bunch of things that are sitting kind of in the, waiting to get done section. Yeah, but they're there for a reason, and we're recognizing they need to get pulled into there. If you have people on the team who are like, hey, we need to pick these up, then it happens. I mean, it's the process cannot be a substitute for a good team.
True.
You know?
I 100%.
Well
agree with
said.
that. Yeah.
I love that.
If your team sucks, it doesn't matter what process you apply. You're still going to suck.
Right.
were talking about governance earlier.
Governance,
before we started recording, and you were actually part of governance team. You were the code police. Is that correct?
I was the captain of the code cops.
So, in your opinion, what is the biggest obstacle to implementing governance effectively?
It's like a police force,
Right.
And you need to have some team. So if you set down rules, then how do you get people to abide by those?
Okay.
So you need
Stop and frisk.
Ding, 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 ding. Yeah, that deserves a cheers. All right.
Yeah, so
Please
you,
continue.
so
Sorry,
you need somebody with teeth, some leadership to back it up, so that when you say to teams, no, you need to do things this way, and you can't proceed until you do that. That is the biggest obstacle.
Yeah.
You know.
Do you think it's possible for developers to police themselves and do their own governance, or does it need to be an effort that is structured and that actually has like somebody that's leading the charge?
I think it really depends on the size of the organization.
Okay.
You know.
And the team, right?
Yeah, and the team, absolutely.
And back to that.
Yeah, I was dealing with a huge organization. You know,
Right.
you had this huge team over here, and you had that huge team, like extremely different. You know, business and consumer, like totally different. All of them trying to come together,
Right.
and use the same code base, right? And so, man, can you just say, well, guys, govern yourselves? Right?
You all play nice together.
Right.
Yeah, we're good. Thank you.
Okay.
Cool.
Thank you. Yep.
Sure. Appreciate it.
So, yeah.
Please continue.
Yeah, I don't know. Blah, blah, blah.
Girl, the bill derailed the train of thought. Were you talking about the size of the team and
Yes,
the
yes,
difficulty
yes.
in implementing
Yeah.
governance?
So yeah, can you self-govern?
That was my question. Exactly.
And I think a team can.
If they're not assholes.
Yeah.
If they're assholes going in, doesn't matter what's going on.
But
They're still gonna be
even I found even within that team, you have to sit down and agree on something. If you want within a large organization, a bunch of teams to work together, you do need to have some source that says, hey, when you put stuff together, it's got to kind of go like this.
Right.
And I experienced a lot. You got this. Developers are artists, you know. And this guy's like, man,
Everybody does it
I
their own
write
way,
it this
right?
way.
Yeah, yeah.
And it's like that's wonderful. But when you hand that code to that guy, he needs to be able to pick it up and read it, plug it into his thing quickly.
You got to jam with the
Right.
rest of the band,
Right.
man.
So you
You
gotta
can't play to
kinda-
your own tune.
Right. And so I
Wasn't
think
that you that told me you're writing code and you have to go in and write code for some code. So you have to fix some code that was written a year ago. And you go into that code and you're like, what is going on here? This doesn't make any sense. And then you have to fix it, and the person that wrote it, what a moron. The person that wrote it was you. Was that you that told me that? So you've experienced that firsthand.
Oh yeah.
You don't know now, or you don't know then what you know now.
Yeah, every developer does that. You look back on your old code and you're like, oh, and I thought I was so smart.
Right? Yeah, I was such an asshole back then. There's no idea what the hell I was doing.
So with the implementation of Agile and DevOps, is it something that, technologically speaking, is going to be expensive monetarily? Or is it something that can be done at low cost? And let's just say for a small organization, medium organization, comparatively speaking.
I think it can be done at low cost. We don't always witness that because basically what you're doing is you're imposing process, right? And so the general idea with process, right, is like I need administrators, and so you start adding administrators to it to keep track of stuff and generate those reports, and that adds a whole bunch of
TPS
costs.
reports.
And actually, that's actually a question for both of you. I want to get both of your opinion on that.
I agree. I mean, if you do it correctly, there doesn't have to be a lot of cost. We were talking about Agile at a team level, right?
Right.
I'm not talking about a full enterprise-wide DevOps transformation. But for a small two-pizza team to implement Agile, we're talking about adding some processes, you know, and I'm fond of saying you don't have to solve all the world's problems in the first sprint.
It doesn't have to be perfect the first time.
Right.
But I don't think you should be making up your own rules either. Like, oh, we're going to just keep doing it the way we did it before, but we're going to call it a sprint. Now we're agile.
Right.
No, like, you read the Scrum guide, follow the rules, try them out for 6 to 10 sprints, and see if doing it the proper way actually works out for you. And if I'm being honest, there's certain scenarios where it doesn't work out. Like, I won't say it doesn't work out, but it's much more difficult to implement, like in the case of hardware. Like if you're a hardware manufacturer or chip manufacturer, you're writing some software for the hardware, you might have some issues doing 2-week sprints and doing things the way that the Agile and Scrum talks about doing them. But for a software team, if you're a 6 to 10 person team and you start doing daily stand-ups and doing sprints and really discussing what's going well and what's not going well and trying to improve your process, that's really all we're talking about, right? When you talk about Agile, we're talking about do a couple of weeks, talk about how fucked up that was. It didn't go well at all. What can we do to improve it? Okay, next time we're not going to do that. We're going to do this. And then you do that for 2 weeks. And if that shit doesn't work out, then you make some changes. But you're continually improving the process. And you should be able to do that at low cost.
Wait a minute. Am I hearing both of you agree that it's not terribly expensive?
It doesn't have to be.
Oh, cheers to that. Come on, let's go. Nerds and beers right here. That's good to hear. The reason I ask is because, you know, when you're trying to convince somebody who may not be familiar with the parameters and complexity of implementing Agile, in order to convince them, maybe a good selling point is going to be, look, we're not saying you have to throw a bunch of money at it. We just need a cultural change.
And that's right. It's if you can get your team to adopt the philosophy, and then they step into the process, your team can run all that.
Yeah.
You know, and isn't that part of Agile? Is you should be able to create tasks. You should have a team that can go pick up all the
self-organizing teams.
Right. So you don't need to say, oh, I need to hire a specific guy who's just a Scrum Master. And you know, that's bureaucracy. And that can actually slow it down quite a bit because you end up with some guys involved who actually don't know what the hell's going on. You know? All they know is that Scrum process. You know,
that's a very good point you make there. Like quite frequently, you have Scrum Masters and what do you call them? The product owners that are responsible for the backlog, responsible for facilitating the meetings, but they don't really have much technical depth or knowledge. They don't really have any understanding of the problem domain.
Right.
They understand the process, and they can harp on the process. Oh, this is how it's supposed to be done. But if your team's been doing it some other way and it's hard for you to switch because of X, Y, Z, or whatever the testing process is, or the architecture that you're using, only you know how to deal with that. So you might take several iterations to resolve those issues and solve those problems. And I think you really need people, stakeholders, team members surrounding you that understand what's going on. So you remember that rant I did on Reddit about the product owner,
the one that you
Scrum
got,
Masters?
everybody got all mad at you about.
I did this post on Reddit a while back, and I was like, how long do you guys usually spend on sprint planning? Everything that I've read, and in my experience, it seems to be that 2 to 4 hours for every week of a sprint is about the sweet spot for planning. And all these product owners and Scrum Masters, I didn't know that at the time, but all these product owners and Scrum Masters, non-technical product owners and Scrum Masters were like, that's ridiculous. It shouldn't take that long at all. You should spend more than this list, like an hour or two.
Right.
And I was like, how could you possibly do task level planning and get buy-in from all the different team members in an hour for 2 weeks worth of work?
Really dig into what the issue is. Right.
And then after a couple of responses back and forth, they were like, oh, well, I usually leave the room, or I get kicked out of the room before that happens. Because they're non-technical and they have no value to add.
And see, and that's the expense, right? Because you got this guy, like, what did he really contribute?
Right.
You know, you're paying him full-time wage, right?
Right.
And he got kicked out, and he's just hanging out, man.
Right? So I say chain that mofo to the desk. Make him stay in there and learn some shit. Right? You're not valuable yet because you don't understand the problem domain.
Make him do some dev when he's not being that.
Right? Get paired up with somebody.
Yeah.
Oh, that's a perfect transition into my next question. This is going to wrap it up, guys. I just have one more for you. Okay, let's get through this.
Okay.
So, do you guys think that in this new paradigm of Agile and DevOps being the contender in application development, do testers need to learn more and maybe do more on the development side than they're currently doing?
Not not just the testers. Everybody. Developers.
Yeah, man.
Resistance is futile. Infrastructure, security, auditing, compliance, testers, analysts, you will all be developers.
Okay.
Or you'll be automated out of a job.
How much time have you spent
Okay, I'm
with the
just
tester?
kidding.
But how much time have you spent with the tester really just walking them through it?
I've
and really
watched
going,
you
know,
do that.
honestly just did the testing
Right? What do I...
with you. And like, yeah,
Sorry,
and again,
testers.
that's more expense.
That's why I was afraid to bring that word. So the tester.
That's almost like talking
But
about
I've watched you
politics right
spend
now.
a whole day
Although,
with a tester.
although I love my testers that I've dealt with. They're really great people. They work hard with me.
Nice cleanup job. Appreciate that. So let me do my little piece to clean that up too. I'm teaching creating a test plan class this week, actually, talking to a few testers.
Right.
So I won't link to this video, but no, I'm just kidding. The thing about testing and test automation, if you pair the tester with the developer, and I actually talked about this today.
Yes.
If you pair the tester with the developer for a couple hours a week, you can actually teach that tester how they can at least copy and paste some unit tests. Because in my experience, especially old school developers aren't usually very skilled at unit testing and tester and development.
Right.
Like in my day, we didn't do tests. Like tests, security. I'm done. I'm going to Tahoe. That's somebody else's job. We toss that shit over the fence down the delivery pipeline, and somebody else has to deal with that. But now, how's the phrase go? We want to shift left in quality. As if the assembly line runs left to right. We want to put the quality checks before all the heavy dev and the deployment out to QA. So developers kind of have to participate in that. And I think the QA team that typically doesn't have much to do the first iteration where we haven't built anything yet, we can have them paired with the developer and show them this is what a unit test that accepts integers and returns a Boolean looks like. Here's what a unit test that accepts strings and returns a Boolean looks like. Here's where they are in the template folder or whatever. Copy and paste these, put a note or put a call into the function that we're supposed to be testing. You might not know much more than that because you're not a developer, but you know how to say, call this function in this capitalization using Pascal casing or camel casing, and then put assert, fail. Developer, do your job. And now they've at least reminded me that I have to go in and write this unit test that I wasn't going to write. Right? So we can pair them up with the developer and get them to do something. That might have filtering. Get them to do something to make them productive in that first sprint when there's nothing for them to do, and then later on they can focus on automation. They're not going to get automated out of a job because every time the features change, every time the requirements change, you've got to go back and update the scripts. So test automation, it's going to have to constantly be massaged. So quite frequently when I do these automated testing classes, they're like, this sounds like I'm getting automated out of a job. No, the scripts are never solid forever. Like every time something changes, you're going to have to go back and automate it. Yeah. But the idea is that you're able to run them over and over and over again and get the same results if nothing's broken. If something's broken, that shit runs automatically. All you're doing is looking for the changes. So you automate yourself out of the shitty job that you used to have, and now you're focused on increasing the level of quality.
That's my point.
Go testers.
That's my point exactly. Because testers, they're not. Their job is hard. They do a lot of stuff, and I think that they actually have the aptitude to go a little further. They just haven't had the opportunity.
Well, I think it's in their best interest also.
Exactly, absolutely. So
they can stop the shit from flowing downhill way up the hill. They don't have to deal with it 2 days before release.
And that's why I wanted to ask you guys.
Staying up all night.
I wanted to make sure it wasn't my imagination because that's just, it seems like, especially with DevOps and Agile, that's going to need to happen sooner or later.
Yeah, you can't be doing manual tests that take 2 weeks. That's not Agile.
There you go. That's not Agile. You don't do Agile. Too many bitches. You don't do Agile, you are Agile. Correct?
Right.
Salud, let's go. Hey, you guys, thanks for watching. It's Nerds with Beers right here on Professional Data Management or wherever you might be watching.
Nerds with Beers and pizza.
And pizza. Yes, exactly. Don't forget to like and subscribe. We'll see you guys next time.
And special thanks to our guest, John Reeser.
John Reeser.
Nope.
Hello, YouTubers and YouTubettes. It's your man, Jay Dore, a.k.a. Jamal. I've got my man, Antoine Victor, across from me.
In the back.
My dude, John Reeser, representing all of the developers in the building. Cheers to that. This is Nerds with Beers. So, there's a really important question in this
is it's highly technical. I don't want to hit you with the hard stuff, but seriously, Star Wars or Star Trek?
Man, it's a great question.
Right?
You have to be qualified first.
Hey guys, Antoine Victor here. Another little studio demo for you here. I can just exit stage left, which is actually my right. And if I want to illustrate, for example, the features of ipconfig flush DNS, I could run that command and see that my DNS resolver cache was flushed successfully.
We are running a 64-bit version of Windows, so let's select it right here. Now, when we first attempt to download the JDK, a dialog box pops up that says, sorry, you must accept the license agreement before downloading. So let's accept it by clicking this button and continue.
Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, whatever the case may be, wherever you are when you're watching this video. All right, so let's just jump right into the demo. So first thing that we're going to do is create our test project, and we'll call our test project Echo Test. If I know all I have to do is return the value from the isEmpty method with one line of code, I'm thinking it's best to just do that.
This is your buddy Jay, signing off for your friends here at Professional Data Management. Thank you for watching. Don't forget to like and subscribe. We'll see you guys next time.
What's up, DevOps junkies? If you've been looking for some place where you can get some more information on the DevOps pipeline at large, then you've come to the right place. Stay tuned for details. Coming up over the next several weeks, we will have 12 DevOps webinars discussing everything on the delivery pipeline, from test automation to continuous deployment. Let's take a look. There'll be a new webinar every Thursday, 1 hour in length, with DevOps-related topics. 12 webinars in total, followed by an in-depth half-day workshop with hands-on labs. The first webinar, starting next Thursday, will be the Intro to Agile, where we'll level set and make sure everybody understands what Agile is and how it relates to DevOps. And then we'll dive a little deeper into DevOps with the Intro to DevOps webinar the following Thursday. That will be followed by test-driven development, where we learn how your team can optimize their software delivery process by driving the development process with tests. Now, of course, at some point we'll want to automate that testing process, so we get as much test automation and increase the quality as much as possible with the test automation webinar. Continuing from there, we'll look at how we can automate the configuration process by implementing configuration management with tools like Puppet, Chef, and Ansible. Once we have our configuration down, then we can move on to automating the provisioning of infrastructure components with the Infrastructure as Code webinar. Continuing on the following Thursday with an intro to blockchain, because no discussion of IT, AI, or computers in general would be complete without an honorable mention of blockchain. The following Thursday, we'll go deeper into the clouds with Intro to Cloud, where we'll discuss the Google Cloud, the AWS Cloud, and the Azure Cloud. The following Thursday, we'll get into security. We'll discuss topics like DevSecOps and what that means in relation to DevOps. Continuing on with continuous integration the following Thursday and the other continuous operations. So continuous integration is the automated test and compiling of our solution, where continuous delivery will discuss being ready and able to deploy any supported version of the solution to any platform at any time. And the final webinar before we get to the half-day workshop will be continuous deployment, which is exactly like continuous delivery, only different. We're not just ready and able, we're actually deploying. So join us for the webinars, starting with Intro to Agile on March 25th at 3 p.m. Pacific time. Each webinar will be 1 hour in length. And again, at the end of the webinar series, you can join us for our workshop, where you'll get hands-on labs, you'll get access to the virtual machine, and you can actually follow along with these exercises that you'll see demoed in the 1 hour webinars. So check the links in the description to subscribe and join us for the DevOps webinar series, brought to you by Professional Data Management. Meanwhile, in the in-between time, in the meantime, you can follow us on social media. We're Pro Data Man on Facebook, Pro Data Man Trains on YouTube, at Pro Data Man on Twitter. And if you want to see our memes and funny stuff that we do in between productivity, you can follow us on Instagram at Pro Data Man. We'll see you in the webinar. Okay. Let me update. Excuse me. Let me update this title. That is not. Oh, excuse me. Choking on Doritos over here. Okay, here we go. So, let me get set up over here. We are going to get into Azure DevOps. And so I don't have to dump my credentials out on the screen. I'll go ahead and get signed in over here to let's use DevOps Classroom. Let's go there. I may have to do a little cleanup here. Also, I'm not really sure if my stream audio is coming out properly. I made some changes to how we stream last night with the audio, trying to get different audio tracks so I can do some post-production leveling of the audio. But I think the stream will only accept a single channel. So hopefully I mixed that all down to the correct one channel. Yeah, so all this time I thought I was streaming the cool background music and stuff, but it is not going out. So I guess if I did that, it'd probably go out. But what I really need is for it to be going. Yeah, it's on monitor only, no wonder. So set it to monitor and output before I make that change. Let's leave it on monitor only. Because I'm probably going to want to send desktop sounds. Let's see how that's doing on the screen now. Sorry, this is little setup stuff. DevOps. So the question now is, do we get a double up on the audio stream with the desktop sound and the sound streaming? Let's see. All right, I think we're good now. Let's go ahead and get our go on. Been streaming for quite a while now. So, by the way, what do you guys think of the new beats in the background? I forget where Jamal said that these came from. I'll put the link in the description so we can give shout outs properly. This is going to be a quick demo. Well, maybe not quick. Quick isn't the right word because this demo takes quite a while to do. But this is going to be a demo of, as the lower third there says, the CI/CD process in Azure DevOps. So what I'm going to do in this demo is I'm going to take an ASP.NET web application project in Visual Studio. I'm going to take that and I'm going to store it in Azure DevOps in source control. And I'm going to use that commit trigger into source control to fire off a continuous integration trigger. And that trigger is going to cause a build and a test of the ASP.NET web application. And assuming that there are no defects, there are no failed tests or anything, then we're going to check that code into source control and use that build output as the input for an automated release or continuous deployment to Azure. So we're going to deploy it to an Azure web app. And I don't think I'll do the whole SQL Server backend demo here. Maybe stay tuned for a future video where I'll do the deployment of the database so we can do evolutionary database design. But in this video, we're just going to deploy the basic web app to Azure DevOps on commit. I'm sorry, to Azure on commit to Azure DevOps. So let's go. What's up, B? What's that? All right, so again, in this demo, we're going to do a little CI/CD in Azure DevOps and to deploy our ASP.NET web application from Visual Studio running here on my local machine into Azure by using a CI trigger So I'm just pulling up Azure DevOps and Visual Studio. Go ahead and start Visual Studio. No project loaded. And I'll bring that all up on the screen so you guys can see it. So before I do too much of anything here, let's first close down the Solution Explorer. Now, I need to get a project started in Visual Studio. But before I can commit my project to source control, I need to have a project in Azure DevOps. So let's get signed into Azure DevOps here. Let's get my big head out of the way. Why so slow? Well, maybe because I'm streaming. Okay, so we're in DevOps Classroom. We're here in Azure DevOps, and I'm going to create a new project. Actually, before I do any of that, I just realized that I'm live streaming, but I forgot to record this. So I'm gonna. The reason I'm doing this, by the way, is there's a video that I published on YouTube a year or two ago. I'm doing something similar to what I'm doing now. And halfway through the video, I realized that I'd started creating the project in Visual Basic, I think, and wasn't creating it in C#. So I kind of started over, and people lost their minds because I made a mistake and started over. I didn't edit that video. That was a live stream also. So this time, I'm going to record the video so I can edit if I feel like it. But I'm going to try to do this all in one take with no editing, because editing sucks. All right, so for that reason, those of you watching the live stream are seeing the behind the scenes, the studio session here. So take two. I'm gonna go back to the top with the intro screen and start recording. Hey, Antoine Victor here with Pro Data Man. We are doing a little demo here in Azure DevOps in Visual Studio Community Edition on continuous integration and continuous deployment. And even a little piece on gated check-ins here so we can prevent bad code from getting into our master branch. So in this demo, we're going to create a new ASP.NET web application in Visual Studio Community Edition. And we're going to take that ASP.NET web application and we are going to build it and test it and then deploy it to Azure using a continuous integration and continuous deployment trigger in Azure DevOps. So let's get started. So the first thing I'm going to do here is I'm going to create a new project in Azure DevOps. So my new project, I'm going to call it how about we call it CI/CD demo. And instead of using Git for this demo, I'm going to use Team Foundation version control. I'll explain why later. But for now, suffice it to say that we'll get slightly better control or easier control over the CI/CD process using TFS version control. All right, so here's our project CI/CD demo. Not much to do here on the summary. Where we want to focus our attention right now is in the pipeline area. I'll do another video later on where I'll talk about managing an agile project and how we'd probably want to have user stories and have a sprint planning meeting where we discuss the delivery team tasks long before we get into setting up continuous integration and continuous delivery, continuous deployment. But here in the pipelines menu is where we're going to create a new build. So I'm going to create a new build pipeline. I'm going to call that new build pipeline ASP.NET web application CI. Well, I'm not going to call it that, but the system is going to call it that by default. When I tell it that my code is in Team Foundation version control, and then it asks me the same question again. It asks me what my workspace mapping is going to be. I'm just going to accept the defaults here and click continue. And then because we're going to be doing an ASP.NET web application, I'm going to choose ASP.NET. I'm going to apply that. And then because at some point in the future, I'm going to want to look at code coverage, I'm going to go down here to test assemblies. I'm going to scroll down until I see the checkbox for code coverage enabled. This is where we can see if our code is being properly tested. If we've got 100 lines of code and we have 50% code coverage, that means that basically only 50 lines of the 100 lines of code that we have are actually being exercised by a test. So we want to see results of 80% or higher, closer to 100% if at all possible, but typically 100%, especially on an existing project, 100% is kind of the land of flying reindeer and unicorns and so forth. On a legacy or brownfield project, you're lucky to get anywhere near like 50%. So 100% for greenfield, for brand new projects, we should try to strive for 100% code coverage. But in any event, we need to track it so we know what it is. So that's what that checkbox is for. Next up, we're going to go to the Triggers tab. And in the Triggers tab, we are going to enable continuous integration and gated check-ins. Now, mind you, this isn't quite so easy and straightforward if we aren't doing a demo. I mean, let's be real. If I'm in the real world, I probably have a hybrid project. I probably got hybrid environments. Maybe I got a little Java. Maybe I got some Python code out there. Unless you're in a hardcore Microsoft only shop, you're probably not going to have everything just in Microsoft tools or in Microsoft repositories. So you may not be able to always get away with enabling continuous integration with one hand tied behind your back and a checkbox. All right. So just keep that in mind. Also, by the same token, gated check-ins, really straightforward and relatively easy to set up here. We're just going to check the checkbox to enable gated check-ins. Now, if we're in Jenkins with Git and maybe using Eclipse with a Maven build, setting up this gated check-in is going to be possible, but significantly more difficult. Basically, we'd have to create a post-commit hook with a bash script. We'd have to load the Git plugin into Jenkins, and then we'd have to tell that post-commit hook to attempt to do a build and a test run locally. And only if that build and test run succeeds locally will we then allow the push to GitHub or whatever our central repository is, GitFlow, or sorry, GitLabs, or Bitbucket, whatever combination it is that you're using. We'd have to do a little bit more work. Now, since I mentioned Bamboo and Bitbucket, these are Atlassian tools. So just like I'm kind of vendor locked in here on the Microsoft stack, I'm using Visual Studio for the development. I'm using Azure DevOps for the build pipeline, Azure DevOps for the release pipeline, and Azure for the final deployment target, and also Azure for tracking the work items and whatnot. It's pretty straightforward and an easy process for me to check a checkbox to enable continuous integration and gated check-ins. But the same is true if you're vendor locked in with Atlassian, for example. If we have Jira and Bamboo and Bitbucket, we can pretty much set up gated check-ins and continuous integration with a checkbox similar to this. So this isn't a Microsoft thing. This is a vendor lock-in thing. Now, the last thing I want to do here is I want to go over the Options tab. And in the Options tab, I'm going to configure this thing to automatically create a work item, in this case a bug, if a build fails or the test fails. That way, whoever the developer is that that checked in the bad code, their bad code will not make it into source control, and they'll get notified that their code is bad, right? Fire. So if you check in bad code, your bad code will be rejected, and then you'll get a response back from the system that says, you're a joke, your code sucks. And if you're in an environment where you're working with other developers, then it's going to be advertised to the rest of the team that you suck. So this will encourage team members, other developers, other team members to really check their work for quality before they try to check it into source control. All right, so where we're gonna do that is right here where it says create work item on failure. I'm gonna enable that. And then it says, do you want to create a work item of type bug? Well, you could also create a feature, a task, a test case, a user story, or an issue. You could also create an epic, but I'm not sure why you'd want to do that unless it was an epic failure. So either way, a bug is probably the best way to go here, and we're going to assign that bug to the requester. The requester being the person that requested this build because they checked in their bad code. And if their code didn't pass or didn't compile properly, we assign a bug back to them, and they'll show up on the monitoring board where everybody can see they who write bad code. All right, so that's all I'm going to change here. From here, I'm just going to go ahead and save this build definition, this build pipeline. And you can see here it was named automatically CI/CD demo ASP.NET-CI. I didn't name it that. That was the default name. All right, so now that we've got that, let's jump over to Visual Studio. And in Visual Studio here, I am going to create a brand new project. Now, the new project that I'm going to create here is going to be an ASP.NET web application project. So File, New Project. And I am going to switch By the way, I'm running Visual Studio Community Edition 2019. And I'm going to choose C# as the language. And in platforms, I'm going to choose Windows. And then I'm going to choose Web from the project type. Now you can see I've got ASP.NET Core web application. I could run that on a Linux box or Mac OS, or obviously here on Windows as well. But we're going to stick with just the Windows stuff here because I'm going to run it on my Windows box, and I'm going to deploy it to an Azure App Service running Windows, or running IIS rather. So we're going to call this web application, we say we're going to call it CI/CD demo. Now, here in Visual Studio, we have the project, and we also have the solution. So this part of the project is actually going to be the web user interface. But the solution, we don't want to call it CI/CD demo web UI, because the solution is going to hold not only the web user interface, but eventually it'll hold the tests, as well as maybe the database project when we expand the demo later. So from here, we're going to hit create. And then it's going to ask me, well, what type of application do you want to create? Well, I want to create a model view controller application because it gives me the ability to do testing in a much more efficient way. Because most of the build out of the data and the web forms themselves is done in code, I can write very extensive unit tests to cover all these different scenarios under which this code might be executed. It's not that I can't do that in a web form application or a single page application, it's just a little bit more difficult. So I'm going to go with MVC here, and I'm going to check the box to also create a project for unit tests. It's going to call my project CI/CD demo web UI.tests. Now, in a later demo, I'll walk you through setting up authentication, where we could choose individual user accounts, in which case we get a SQL Server database to store the users, but we can also allow users that have existing Facebook, Twitter, Google, Microsoft, or even Instagram accounts now. We can let them sign in using their social media provider, and that way they don't have to remember a username and password for our website too. Very, very powerful feature, but for this demo, we're going to stick with no authentication. All right, let's go ahead and create that. And while that's creating, we'll jump back over here and chat. So far, what we've got here is a project being created in Visual Studio while our project was created in Azure DevOps. And now we're going to take that a step further and jump into Azure and create the deployment target for our ASP.NET Web application. So bringing up Azure here, and in Azure, we are going to create our app service to host our ASP.NET Web application. Sign in. All right, then we're going to go to the portal. Actually, I don't want to be here because I'm in the production account, I think. switch to the demo account. So I just wanted to make sure that I was signed in with a proper demo account so I'm not messing with the production environment here. So bear with me for just a moment while I get that hooked up. So we're going to create a resource. Now that it's finally loaded, we're going to create a resource. And the resource that we are going to create is going to be an app service. Let me go ahead and call it a web app. Now, as far as the resource group, I'm going to create a new resource group. My new resource group is going to be called CI/CD demo. Oops, no spaces. There we go. My web app will be called the same. Apparently, I or someone else has done this already. So let's call it the PDM CI/CD demo. Nobody's done that. Haha. All right, and for our target platform, we're going to do ASP.NET 4.8. I think we should be able to get away with that. I'm just going to let their region default to whatever. No, I'm not. We're going to go with West US. Oops. There we go. All right. Review and create. All right, looks like we're good with our defaults there. Let's go ahead and create. Now, again, if we were going to go into deploying database portions, database solutions, database projects, then we'd probably want to create a Azure SQL database as well. But as I mentioned, we'll go that length in a future demo. Here, we are just going to deploy the web app portion. So we'll let that do its thing in the background. And while that does its thing, let's jump back over to Visual Studio. And in Visual Studio, let's take a quick peek at what this web app looks like when it's running locally. And there we have it. Pretty basic little application, but you can see when I shrink the page down that because we're running Bootstrap here, we get the nice little hamburger menu, and also the page repaginates, so we can see columns instead of rows. Watch when I widen it out again. then our columns switch back to a single row. So all that's automatic. I could go in and change the text in here if I wanted to, but I'm going to leave that as is. Just wanted you to see what the app was that we're going to be deploying. So one more thing. Let's take a look at the About page. The About page says your application description page. We're going to mess with that a little bit just to check our gated check-ins. So where that is done, if we look in the CI/CD demo web UI tests, we have the home controller test CS here, and this has the tests for each one of our pages. So there's a test for the index page, there's a test for the about page, and a test for the contact page. And if we look at the Test Explorer, Test Explorer popped up on my other screen over here. Oops. Give me that. Put that there. There. There we go. Now I've got my Test Explorer over here. We can see that there are 3 tests in the home controller. And if I tell it to run all of those tests, we should get all 3 of those tests passing. Now let's mess with that a little bit. We don't want it to be your application description page. We want it to be CI/CD demo description page. All right, now we'll run those tests again, and we will see that we have 1 failing test. All right. So now what we want to do is check in our changes to source control. We are going to add our solution to source control. Actually, before we do that, let's double check and make sure we are properly connected. And no, we are not. We are connected to a production project. So we want to switch from that. We're going to go Manage Connections and click Manage Connections again here. And we want to make sure that we're connected to the demo environment. So we don't want to be logged in as Antoine Victor. We want to be logged in as ProDataMan and connect to the demo environment. Any day now. No, there we go. There's the DevOps Classroom. So let's connect to DevOps Classroom. Still waiting. There we go. And in DevOps Classroom, we just created our CI/CD demo there. So that's our Team Foundation version control project there. We'll go ahead and connect to that. There we go. Now we're connected to Azure DevOps CI/CD demo in our project. And now we can map and get. Now, normally, if there was actual content in our project in Azure DevOps, map and get would create a local folder at this path, Workspaces CI/CD demo, and it would copy the source code down from Azure DevOps into our local folder here. But since there's nothing there, it's just going to create a folder, and when we check our code into source control, it'll then copy it from where it is into that folder. So map and get. There we go. Getting all our files. There we go. Yay! Now we can go back to the Solution Explorer. And now we can add our solution to source control. So right click on the solution, choose Add Solution to Source Control. Then it's going to verify that we really want to go to the CI/CD demo project. We're going to click OK to accept that. And then we'll see little plus signs appear next to all the files in our project, right? So here's our test project. Our test there has a plus sign next to it, basically indicating that these are all now new files that do not yet exist in version control. So now that I've added the project or the solution to version control, I'm actually going to check my changes in to version control. I'm going to add a little check-in comment that says I'm checking in my initial project structure. Right? We have to have minimal project structure to even be able to begin to think about things like tester and development. More on that later in the Agile discussion. For now, I'm just going to tell it, excuse me. For now, I'm just going to tell it that I'm committing my initial project structure, and because we've already built that build pipeline with a gated check-in, when I try to check in, it's going to tell me that, do you want to continue to check in these 55 items? Yes, do that. But it's also going to tell me that where you're trying to check into has gated check-ins turned on, so you need to do a validation build to verify that your code compiles and that it passes all the tests so that we don't let your crappy code into source control. Now, while we're waiting for that to pop up, let's go take a look back at our repos section of Azure DevOps. Now, repos, the source code repository, and since this is a brand new project, there shouldn't be anything here yet. So you can see our files folder is completely empty. But if we jump back to pipelines, once we run our build here, we go back to Visual Studio, we should be ready for that. It says gated check-in. You need to build your changes for validation before they can be committed to the Azure DevOps server. So now if we had multiple build pipelines defined, we could go show options and there'd be a drop down here where we could choose which one of those build pipelines that we wanted to use. But since we only have one, the build definition, CI, CD, demo, ASP.NET CI, since that's the only one there is, it's the default and our only choice, so there's no drop down. So we're gonna tell it to build those changes. And back over here in Visual Studio, it says your check-in has been queued for validation. Click here to see the status of the validation build. So if we click there, we can see that it's build request number 777, that Boeing 777. And it has not yet fired off, but it says it started 0 seconds ago, currently in progress. And this is our build ID. Today's date, oh, there it goes, it just started. Today's date, 01/27/2021. And then the .1 here means that it's our first build of the day. Now, if I click on this build ID, it's going to take me back to Azure DevOps, the web page. And it's going to show me that this build is still waiting to get a build agent. Once it has a build agent, then we'll see what's going on. So it's got its build agent, it's initialized the job, it checked out the files, it did a NuGet to get all the packages that are needed for this particular solution to compile properly. So now that it knows what new version of NuGet it's using, it's doing a NuGet restore to restore the packages, and now it's doing the actual compile of the solution. So once it compiles the solution, which might be an issue if we had other developers that we are working with. If we had other developers that we are working with that were also making changes to this code base, they may have made changes that cause our code to fail. They may have changed something that our code depends on, in which case, if that build fails, checking in our code is no longer compatible and would corrupt the trunk. So that wouldn't be allowed. In this case, we compiled successfully. Our build was good, but we know we have a failing test. So our test assemblies process here is going to fail any moment now. There you go, error, test run failed. So we got an error in our test assemblies, and that will restrict our gated check-in from making it into source control. So if we go back and look now that the job is done, if we go back and look in the repos folder, there's still no files here. And if we go and look at the board, we now have a bug work item that was created and assigned to ProDataMan, because that's who we're signed in as. So now everybody knows that we write bad code. Our code sucks. So that is the problem, or not the problem, I suppose. That's the benefit with gated check-ins. And the problem for those who write bad code is now we know you're monitored, you're on the list. So let's go back and fix our bad code. We're gonna go back to Visual Studio. And in Visual Studio, since we just implemented test-driven development, we changed the test and wrote a failing test. Now we have a failing about test. Now our job is to go and fix the failing test by adjusting our code so that it can pass the test. Now in this case, the code in the controller, the home controller, still says your application description page. And if we look at the failing test over here, it was expecting CI/CD demo description page, but what it actually got was your application description page. Expected CI/CD actually got your application description page. So basically, we need to fix those test results by giving it what it expects. So I'm going to change this from your application description page to CI/CD demo description page. Then we'll run the test again because we'd rather find out if we're failing our test locally than find out when we commit to source control and then we show up on the list of they who write bad code. So you can see there now my about test is passing, all my tests are passing. But I mentioned in the description of this video that there is a little feature, if you will, a bug, a defect, something that caused a little bit of a problem if you try to enable gated check-ins. And since one of the updates that Microsoft made to Azure DevOps several weeks ago, months ago now actually. But if you don't change the project settings, then your gated check-in will still fail even after you fix the bug. So I fixed the bug now, but now we've got to go change the project settings. So what we are going to change is the, what are we going to change here? Settings. And in settings, we are going to change the limit job authorization scope to current projects for non-release pipelines. We're going to change that to not do that. And actually, because eventually we're going to build a release pipeline as well, we're going to switch that over also. Now, if you don't make this change, then even when you fix the failing test, your gated check-in will still fail. I suppose I could show you that failure, but take my word for it. It doesn't work if you don't do this. In the interest of time. If you really want to see that, I'll show you that in another demo specifically. So now that we've got that project setting changed, we can jump back over to our pipelines. And we see we got that failure there. And now we're going to jump back over to Visual Studio. Now that we have passing tests, we are going to attempt to check in again. Source control, check in. Initial project structure, we'll just call it a update. And check in again. Yes, I want to check in those 49 items. And yes, I want to run my gated check-in validation build. All right, same thing again. Click here to see the status. And we'll get the build ID in just a moment here. There's our build ID. Notice it's the same date, today's date, and build number 2. So we're going to go ahead and click on that. And you know what they say, a watched build never completes, just like that pot of water. So we're going to jump back over to Azure DevOps Pipelines while this build runs. We're going to jump back over here, and we're going to build our release pipeline. Now, environments is a relatively new feature where we could have spun up the Azure DevOps, no, sorry, the Azure web app that we needed automatically. But in this demo, we went ahead and created the Azure web app directly, and now we're going to create the release pipeline to deploy into that Azure web app. But in a future demo, I'll show you how to automate the creation process as well using environments. All right, so here we've got our pipeline, our release pipeline, and we are going to choose Azure App Service Deployment because that's where we're going to deploy to. And we're going to call it, in this case, I suppose we'll call it production, although I would never want to deploy directly from changes that I made in Visual Studio or that a team member made in Visual Studio directly to production. In a future demo, we'll look at blue-green deployments or slot deployment, as it's called here in Azure DevOps, where we can deploy to a pre-production slot that has identical configuration to the production slot, give a few people, a focus group, our QA team or whatever, access to that pre-production slot, have them do some additional testing, some functional and non-functional testing, and assuming we pass through all of those gates, then we can swap the slots and make it production. But I'll show you that in a future demo. For now, it's the wild, wild west, and we're gonna go straight over to production with zero approval gates and zero feedback.
Settle down, Beavis.
Yeah, I know, we're living on the edge, So, all right. First thing we're gonna do here is we are going to grab our artifact. We need something to use as the input for our release. So we just finished setting up our build pipeline. Hopefully that build succeeds, and we're gonna use the output from that build pipeline. Remember our CI/CD demo ASP.NET-CI. We're gonna use the output from that build pipeline that we just created as the input for this release pipeline. So we're just gonna use the latest build from that pipeline. Now, we want that to happen automatically upon successful build and commit. So we're gonna enable our continuous deployment trigger by clicking the little lightning bolt and switching over to enable. All right, and then we need to go and set up our tasks for our production stage. Basically what that means is that we need to tell the system what Azure subscription are you using, where are you trying to deploy to. So I switched over to, oh, I'm logged in. I get switched over again. I'm gonna be Pro Data Man Demos. Sorry, it's gonna make me do this. It's gonna make me create it over again. So one more time from the top. The reason I'm switching over is because the Pro Data Man account already has the Azure account loaded. Be sure to edit that part out. All right. So the Pro Data Man account already has the Pro Data Man Demos Azure account loaded. So we shouldn't have to do any extra heavy lifting to deploy to that Azure DevOps account. Right. All right, back into our CI/CD demo project and the pipelines. And we are doing a release. So again, I'm going to add my app service deployment. I'm gonna call the stage production. And then I'm going to choose the CI/CD demo ASP.NET CI build definition and the output from that build as the input for my release. And we're going to turn on continuous deployment by clicking the lightning bolt and flipping the toggle switch. Now we have continuous deployment of that build output into our release. Then we're going to go and set up the tasks for our production release. Now here, we should be able to choose. Still not there. So that was a complete waste. We should be able to choose a subscription if we've already got one here, or add a new one. All right, so we're going to create a service principal. We're going to connect to a new subscription. Wow, this has gone horribly wrong. There should be a service connection here already. There you go. So now we got to go to Azure and get our subscription ID. So fun time with live radio demos here. Give me a second. I'm going to grab my subscription ID. I just want to broadcast that out on the screen. So while I grab my subscription ID, enjoy the background music. All right, so this demo went sideways. I'm having an issue with my service principal, so we are going to go ahead and call that demo. I'm going to resolve this issue with the service principal. We'll do the same thing again tomorrow. I guess I can stop recording now because this is useless. But yeah, Jamal will be here in a little bit. We're going to do some Tech Taste Daily stuff, but for now, I'm going to work out my frustrations by shooting. Yeah, somebody just sign in. Oh, that's just the sound of it going live, I guess. All right, so we just went live on YouTube.
Oh, now? Okay.
Yeah. So, if there's anybody watching or if anybody rewinds to the beginning, happy Thirsty Thursday, Rona Lockdown 2020. We are getting set up to do this series of webinars to, I didn't bring my soundboard. This series of webinars to walk you guys through how to set up, code, test, and deploy a web or data-driven web application on the Microsoft stack, and ultimately deploying it to Microsoft Azure. So that's what we're doing. Very casual, informal environment here. Tiki mask in the background there. I'm not sharing my screen just yet, but let's go ahead and get to that. And this is my homie Ron. Ron's going to be editing these videos for us. So he's going to edit out any F-bombs that I might drop or any mistakes that I make while I'm coding this stuff. So let's go ahead and jump right into it. Let me minimize this. So I suppose in the more formal edition, I might want to have a PowerPoint or something that says full stack web dev. Keep it simple. And let's see, what are we going to do? We are going to, let's do this live radio style. I'm going to share my screen, and while we're live on the interwebs, I'm gonna build the PowerPoint and do the deployment and all of that. Let's see here, screen 2 over there. All right, what's going down? There we go. My logo is squished, but I will deal with that later. That's because I pulled this slide over from another slide deck that had a different, display ratio. Okay, so what are we going to do? We are going to plan data-driven web app. And we're going to plan it using Azure DevOps. Too many spaces in there. So we'll start with an Azure DevOps project. By the way, if you're just tuning in, this is totally live radio style. We're putting together the content of the webinar, the demo for the webinar, and everything live and direct on YouTube. So you don't think there's anything hidden under my sleeves. So we're going to plan the data-driven web app in Azure DevOps rather. And then we are going to, we're going to build the data. We'll just, from here on out, we'll call it the app. Build the app in Visual Studio, the Community Edition, 2019. And then we are going to what the hell? Let's test it too. We're going to test or automate acceptance tests with Cucumber in Visual Studio, aka SpecFlow. And then what? And then we are going to implement continuous integration. And then, you know what? Let's shorten that up and use the acronym that I love to hate. We're going to implement CI/CD. You know why I hate that, Ron?
Why is that?
Because I don't know what CD they're talking about. When people say CI/CD, CI is continuous integration, and CD could be continuous delivery, or it could be continuous deployment. And those are two, well, I was going to say two very different things, but they're not that different, but they're different enough to be annoying.
Yeah.
So tell me which CD you're talking about, because one's a lot easier. No, I shouldn't say that. One's a lot.
They both do different things.
There you go. Let's just leave it at that. They do different shit. So anyway, so the CI/CD that we're talking about here is actually both CI/CDs. And basically, continuous delivery means that we're ready and able to deploy to any supported platform at any time. And continuous deployment means we actually are deploying. You know, so we're actually deploying somewhere. So that's a little scarier. That means everything has to be on point, because if something's messed up, then you're deploying your failures. So you want to make sure everything is thoroughly tested, which is what we're going to use SpecFlow for. But anyway, we're going to do both CDs. So I'm going to say yes, both of them. And then finally, we're going to update. No, we're going to force an update. Force an update to staging.
I'm gonna go get me a beverage. I'll be right back.
Every commit. All right. All right, there we go. So that's what we're going to do. And we are going to do this stuff over the next few weeks. We'll do one of these webinars per week. Maybe if I get really bored and stressed out on this lockdown, maybe we'll do more than one a week. But one a week is easy. And we'll probably end up repeating the same one multiple times during the week in case you miss it. And maybe, Ron, you can use all the different recordings that we do and make the best of the best with no F-bombs, or only F-bombs that are funny. So we're going to plan the data-driven web app in Azure DevOps. We're going to build the app in Visual Studio Community 2019. We're going to automate acceptance tests with Cucumber, aka SpecFlow, and then we're going to implement CI/CD. Yes, both of them. I should have said using Azure DevOps, or with, because it's less characters. Azure DevOps. And then finally, we'll force an update. But I really don't like that roll over, that text wrap. I'm trying to get it to be one with the single line. I think this line to move. I'll be happy. This blue line does not want to cooperate. Is that part of the background image? That would be extremely annoying if that was the case. I think it is. This little line right here.
Oh, yeah, I see it.
I think it's part of the background graphic because I can't select it and move it. Oh, well. Oh, well, I'll worry about that later. So I'm being a bit of a perfectionist. I don't like the way these bullet points laid out, but oh well, I'll let it slide for now. Okay, so I digress back to the original show. There, I'll take my funny stuff out, and now it all fits on one line nicely. All right, so first up, let's plan our data-driven web app using Azure DevOps. I'm going to do a quick overview of all of these things, and then we'll dive deeper into each one of them in the coming webinars. So really what we're talking about here is we are going to go into our planning tool, and our planning tool is Azure DevOps. If you're not familiar with Azure DevOps, it's Microsoft's tool that is similar to, for our purposes here, similar to Atlassian's Jira, which is a planning tool that we can use to document our user stories and their associated delivery team tasks. So to that end, I am going to go to a demo environment that I use here that we will call DevOps Classroom. Just signing in on my other screen here. I think I can be Antoine Victor. I may have to switch to being DevOps student though. That looks like we're good. Okay. So here in the DevOps Classroom, I'm going to create a new project. What should we call the project, Ron?
Just intro, or just fun, you know.
Intro, why not? Let's call it Intro to Agile Planning. Nah, that's not going to be a good name for it. What the hell? Intro to Agile. Good enough. And public, private, it doesn't really matter for our purposes here. I suppose I can, certain features like Team Foundation version control are not supported. Well, we might as well make it private then, because I do, for this demo, want to use Team Foundation version control as opposed to Git. I'll get into more detail about the differences between the two in a future demo. But one of the things that I want to illustrate here is only available in Team Foundation version control. So I'm going to go create. And while that project is creating in the background, the app that I had you guys download, Visual Studio, I actually have that running already in the background here. But I'm going to bring it across to my other screen here. And I'm going to start a new project because this is a production app that I have that I'm working on here. But I want to build a data-driven web application. And the language that I'm going to build it in is C#. I used to think in Visual Basic, but now I think with curly braces and semicolons. So we're going to do in C#. And I can choose my platform here. You don't have to do this. You can select it from the list. They're all available in the list there. But we are on the Windows platform here. I'm going to be publishing to a Azure Windows server. And the project type that I want to build, well, I want to build a web type project. So I'm going to select the web filter there. And then I have a couple of different choices, a few different choices here. ASP.NET Core web application, which is cool if you want to deploy your application to a more inexpensive Linux box, or if you're running Mac OS and you want to be able to run locally. It can also deploy to Windows or any cloud service provider that's out there. I'm actually going to stick with a more traditional ASP.NET web application, which requires that we run on the Windows platform, whether it be in the cloud or on our local machine or a virtual machine somewhere. It's got to be Windows. Now, there's what I'm going to do in this app would work just fine in a core web application. I'm just going with the more traditional route, so I don't have to think too much. Can do this one on autopilot. All right, so we're going to call the web app, what did we say we're going to call it? Intro to Agile. By the way, the name here, Intro to Agile app. I'm just calling it app just for spite, just to illustrate that it doesn't have to be exactly the same as the name of the project that we created over here in Azure DevOps. So I'm going to come back over here, and my project is going to be our web user interface. I'm going to call it Web UI. And our solution down here is going to hold not only our Web UI, but also our test project and our Cucumber stuff and whatever else we decide to add to this thing. So the solution is like a folder that holds all of our projects. So we don't want it to be called Web UI. We're just going to call it app. I'm going to hit create. And then I'm going to select MVC, which stands for Model View Controller. Basically gives us a easier way to build and test our web application. And I'm going to tell it that I want to authenticate. I want people to log in to access the subscribers only content. And I also want people to be able to log in using their Facebook or their Google accounts. Right? So we'll do that in a later webinar. But for now, I want to enable that feature so I have the capability of coding it later. And then because we want to do some test-driven development later, I'm going to tell it to also create a test for unit tests, the tests in our test-driven development. And then I'm going to tell it to create. Now, at this point, I haven't written any code. I haven't done anything terribly exciting. I just set up my project that we're now going to go back over to Azure DevOps and do a little more detailed planning. So this is just some of what the development team, the test team, and others might do while waiting for the preliminary planning and requirements gathering to be done by the product owner, analysts, and so forth. All right, so now we're going to put on our product owner hats, and we are going to do a very basic and quick collection of requirements. This is going to be a pretty basic application, so it will have very basic requirements. By the way, once we're done setting this up and editing the process, the instructions and whatnot, we will publish a few blog posts as well as a full webinar with the instruction guide and virtual machines provided so you can follow along with the demo. You are getting to experience the build process live on YouTube right now. So the final product here will be a 2 to 4 hour webinar with lab instructions and virtual machines where you can follow along and do what I'm doing here. I don't expect that you will be able to follow along with what I'm doing here live if you've never done this before. So this is not intended as a follow along demo. This is just Ron and I kind of messing around, building some stuff because we're locked down at home. So more fun to do it this way. Anywho, let's see, where was I? So we're going to add a new work item. These work items will be listed in the instruction guide, but our very basic setup here is as a new user, I need to register my account so that I can log in and access subscriber. Let's just call it member for now. Member. Oops. Members. Memblers. Members only.
Members?
Content. The Memblers. Memblers only. All right. So as a new user, I need to register my account so that I can access Memblers only content. What else do I need to do? I need to access Memblers only content. And I don't want to get too deep into the code here, but we have to have at least a couple of features. As a registered user, I want to log in using Facebook or using my Facebook account, my existing Facebook account, so that I don't have to remember too many passwords and usernames. I did that kind of dyslexic and backwards, but you know what I mean. There you go. Okay. For our simple demo, I think that's probably enough requirements here. We can log in, we can access the members only content, and we can register. That's all we're really going to do. This webinar isn't really about the coding process. It's more about what happens from end to end in a continuous delivery, continuous deployment, continuous integration pipeline. So those requirements should be sufficient, but let's go a little bit deeper by going into our user story here. What's going on? Why is my user story not open? All right, let's go boards then.
Hello. Is it downloading?
Low connection. That means it's time to sip on my Stella. I decided I didn't feel like going down to my desk. I'm in the comfy chair in the living room. Hey, we have to get our Fortnite on after this. Got to do a little work before we play.
It's too early to get that going.
It really? He's like, I only Fortnite at night.
Yeah, I was when you hit me up, I was at Lowe's.
Oh, were you?
Yeah, I was at Eagle. I was doing some research, man. I need to buy this. It's called roofing. I don't know. I got a leak in one of my roof in the back.
Oh, your roof is leaking?
Yeah, a little bit. It's all right though. I mean, I know how to fix it. I waited till the weather gotten better, so I could get up on that roof.
There you go.
Yeah.
All right, so I finally got this user story up here. So what I want to do here is add some more detailed acceptance criteria so we know what's supposed to be built. We basically said as a registered user, I said as a registered, I didn't say user. As a registered user, I want to log in using my existing Facebook account so I don't have to remember too many passwords and usernames. That should have been plural. There we go. Okay, now that I've corrected my grammatical errors, the acceptance criteria. Given a valid Facebook account, when I attempt to log in, and let's be a little more specific and say, given I have
a valid Facebook and Google account too, right? Because some people.
Well, we'll do Google separately because this is specifically a Facebook requirement.
Oh, okay.
And I actually happen to know from personal experience because I just did this with some contractors recently. The process of doing Google and Facebook is very, very similar. It's actually pretty straightforward, but if you try to contract this out to subcontractors using GoWork or Fiverr or any of these gig sites, if you bundle them together, it's a lot more expensive and the requirement gets bloated. If you single them out separately, number one, it's easier to track. But number two, it's a smaller requirement. And number three, once you've done one, you can basically duplicate that code or not duplicate the code because that would be bad programming practice. But you can reuse some of that code so that you can reduce the cost or reduce the effort required to do the other one. So once you do Facebook, you take that and then you do Google, and it's cheaper to do Google. But if you try to do them both at the same time separately, or put them both on the same contract, it gets more expensive. So we're going to do one, and like if we were contracting this out, or even if we were assigning it to developers, or we're letting developers pull this off of the backlog, what I would prefer to do is have this user story in a separate sprint from the other one, meaning that this week we do Facebook, next week we do Google, and we use what we learned from Google to do Facebook.
The next week, yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Whereas if you have two people doing it in parallel, they're going to make the same mistakes at the same time, and you won't be able to use the lessons from one to make the other more efficient. I mean, that's in my humble opinion, that's in no means written in stone anywhere, but that's how I would approach it, especially based on my most recent experience contracting this out. So when we attempt to log in here, what do we expect to happen? When I attempt to log in, then I should be presented with an option to use my good Lord, my Facebook account. There. It doesn't like it when I have the capital B, and it doesn't like it when I have no capitals at all. Facebook like that, man. Now, so now I need to also say, so I said I should be presented with the option, given I have chosen the login with Facebook option. When I enter my Facebook credentials.
Priority 1 message from Starfleet coming in on
I
secure
spelled credentials wrong. Yes, I did. Then I am taken to where do I want to be taken to? After we log in, the members only page, the profile page. Let's just say the members only page. The members only
Priority 1 message from Starfleet coming in on
page.
secure channel.
Let's put this thing on silent. All right. I should say when I successfully because there might be an unhappy path. Well, what do we want to happen when I fail to log in? Actually, let's solve this next problem first. Actually, I'm typically against conjunctions in my acceptance criteria statements, but I'm going to say, and my name, email, and profile picture are captured. I don't know if I'm going to get to that requirement in this webinar, but that's typically what you want to have happen. Okay, so we'll leave that, and we'll ignore the unhappy path for now. Ooh, shit! Didn't mean to paste that in there. That's that. Somehow I pasted the PowerPoint in there. But for the sake of example, unhappy path. When I unsuccessfully enter my Facebook credentials, then I am taken to the friendly error page. That makes me feel warm and fuzzy. Not angry. Now, obviously, in the real world, well, not obviously, it depends on the kind of environment that you work in, I guess. But you probably wouldn't put that kind of detail into acceptance criteria. But if you work for me, you would, because it would make me smile and I would buy you beers later. All right, so moving right along, that's our first user story and acceptance criteria. Let's add a little bit of acceptance criteria to this other one. As a new user, I need to register my account so I can log in and access members only content. Oops. So given.
Did you check out that video I sent you, Twan?
The one about the Tesla car?
Yeah, the mini Tesla.
Yeah. You know, I had seen I'd seen all the videos that he was referencing and kind of was thinking the same thing, but they haven't actually made the announcement yet. It's just they're doing that China Design Center, and all the cars in China are typically smaller cars. So it's probably the car that comes out is probably going to be a smaller car, but that probably won't be for another year or two. Right?
They were amping it though. I mean, if they're talking about it, they got drawings and stuff.
Oh yeah, it's definitely coming.
Oh yeah,
you know it's coming.
Yeah.
You gotta have a electric car that's less than 30K. Otherwise, everybody can't get one.
Yeah.
It doesn't do us any good if only rich people are driving them.
Yeah. I thought you liked that, man. Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Yeah. No, I enjoyed that.
Yeah.
All right. So what am I supposed to have here?
A
login.
Facebook login.
Yeah, this one is the regular login. So I guess I would say, given I have chosen to register with email and password. When I enter my valid email address.
Man, I should have just came over to your house and then we could have just did this at your pad. You know?
Yeah, we need to record this shit anyway, or we didn't really need to, but you know, it's easy. I guess you could have recorded it with you here too.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Next time, because then it's a lot more better when, you know.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, and I'm probably gonna fire up the fire pit later on too. It's not raining finally.
Next time, you know.
Yeah, next time.
Yeah.
Invalid email address and strong password. Then to the members only page. There. All right, that's enough acceptance criteria. You get the idea. So that's the stuff that tells us what we're supposed to build. So I guess technically we kind of did some of this already, because when I created the project over here and choosing authentication, I'm actually already set it up to allow for registration and and using Facebook and stuff. I haven't set up the detailed code yet, but the beginnings of that are here. So let's take a peek here. I just started debugging, so I'm running the app that I just built. Remember, I didn't write any code. I haven't technically done anything yet. All I did was create a new project from the template. So this is what that project template looks like without me doing anything. I checked a couple of check boxes, and this is what we get. Really basic web application. ASP.NET is a free web framework for building great websites and applications using HTML, cascading style sheets, and JavaScript. And it makes these little columns where the information in here is obviously not something that you'd want on your website, but the way that this page is built out, all you really have to do is go in here and change this text to whatever you want it to say, And just like that, you've got a website without any programming or anything like that. And what's really cool about this this template is it uses Bootstrap, which is a method of coding the HTML that allows you to build things like this menu really easily. And these columns that actually expand and collapse based on what type of device you're on or what size screen you have. Watch what happens when I stretch the browser and make it smaller. See, as the browser gets too small, the menu changes to a hamburger menu. They call it the hamburger menu because it looks like a bun with a piece of meat in the middle. So it switched from just the laid out menu to the hamburger menu, and these columns switched to rows. So now getting started, get more libraries, and whatever the other one was. Wasn't there a third? How come I can't scroll?
Wait, because you probably got it on that. I don't know.
I'm trying to use my touchpad. I should have grabbed my mouse.
That new.
Yeah, I should have grabbed my mouse for this. I don't know where my mouse is. My mouse got away. Anyway, oh, there it is, way over there on the table. Anyhow, you see how when I stretch it back out, it makes 3 columns. And when I stretch it in, it switches to rows that I can't scroll to. But you get the idea here if I do this. Oh, that's why. I can't scroll because it just stretched over to my other monitor.
Oh.
There. Now I can scroll.
Brilliant.
Brilliant. You just have to pay attention. All right. So I didn't really do anything just because the template uses Bootstrap. It does that. So I can easily go in here and change some of the text on, say, the homepage view. So if I go to home and indexes the homepage, this is where it has that text. So I can change getting started to my cool new website.
Oh, I get it now. You did all this already.
Yeah, no, I didn't do any of this. This is when I just said new project and I used that template, it did all of this for me.
Yeah.
So just by downloading Visual Studio 2019 Community Edition and then going to the file menu, just like I did earlier, file, new project. Once all that stuff that I chose earlier automatically created all this for me. So now I'm just going in and I'm changing some of the text. Let's see here. So I changed, so instead of ASP.NET up here, my cool new website. And then I can change this text to be whatever I want. Buy my products. Oops, got to spell buy right. Buy my products.
So it
follow me on YouTube.
Yeah, I get it.
And Instagram.
It wrote all the mini code for you already as a template. So
yep. Most of the heavy lifting's already been done.
I get it.
Okay, so you see I made those little changes in Visual Studio. Yeah. I'm going to save the file, and then we're going to switch back over here to the browser in Google Chrome where we're looking at it. Right now, see how it says ASP.NET?
Yeah.
And ASP.NET is a free web framework, blah, 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 blah. And getting started, I'm going to hit refresh. Refresh. Now it says my cool new website. Buy my products, follow me on YouTube and Instagram, and read my blog posts. My cool new website, blah, 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 blah. Now, obviously, I don't want to change the colors. It's not very colorful or pretty. It's ugly, in fact. It's pretty bland, black and white. So I could go to, now this isn't what this webinar is supposed to be about, but since we're on this topic anyway, I could go to Fiverr. Oops, is it 2 Rs.com or is it 2 Vs? It's 2 Rs. I could go to Fiverr.
Yeah.
And in Fiverr, I could look for a graphic designer web. I guess I could have said graphic web designer. Where did it show up? So here we go. We got use cookies. I got it. That's fine. Build your brand logo design, customize your WordPress site, share your voiceover. some graphic design, digital marketing, writing and translation, video and animation. So I could find somebody, and if I was really trying to do a video about using Fiverr, we could just click on a couple of links here and see how much some. Oh. It's giving me a hard time because I'm not signed in. I don't feel like doing that. Anyway, that's not what this video is about. My point was simply that I could find somebody on Fiverr, probably for 20 or 30 bucks, that could give me a pretty decent HTML and CSS design that would make this look prettier with background images and a cool logo and whatnot. So for 30 bucks, I could slap that on top of this, and presto changeo, my cool new website has dope ass graphics. I mean, cool graphics, and everybody loves it. And all I really had to do was say file new project. So anyway, I'm going to be a new user and I'm going to register. Right now, all we have is email and password option. The Facebook option isn't here yet. So I'm going to register as a new user with a fake email address because I haven't turned on email verification yet. But a@b.com is my email. My password is going to be capital JUST, capital M, 300, exclamation point. So JUST, M, 300, exclamation point. Just me, or just M300, exclamation point. And if those matched, then I should get a successful registration. Boom, pow, presto, changeo. Don't bother saving that. I am registered, and it says, hello, a@b.com. Welcome to the members only area of the website, which is exactly the same as every other area of the website because we haven't built anything that's members only yet. We'll get to that in a later demo. Anyway, for now, we're done. That built our web app. And the reason that I did that registration, it's just a nifty little trick in this tool that we're using that automatically built a database for us. That we'll later deploy to Azure, probably not next week's demo, but the demo after that. Go ahead.
Database, does it have like unlimited storage? Like I know that database is going to keep and save that A@B, that person.
Yeah, well, on my local machine here, yeah, it has. What does that local database have? I want to say it has a 4 gigabyte. I want to say it has a 4 gigabyte limit. But don't quote me on that. Let me double check. I'll let you know later. Yeah, in fact, I'll put the details in the description. But it either has a 4 gigabyte limit or the limit is the size of your hard drive. Once we deploy it to Azure, the limit will be specified by how much we pay. So I think for free,
that's what I was thinking. That's what I was
free, I want to say you get like 2 gigabytes max. But for a little bit more money a month, like a couple bucks a month, you can add gigabytes to it. Well, so hard drive space is cheap. It's not a really big deal. But for free, you're limited to 2, if I remember correctly, on Azure. But over here on our hard drive, depending on what software that we have loaded, the local database, which is just a file, I want to say that has a 4 gig limit. But it might have expanded. So again, don't quote me on that. But for our purposes here on the local machine, we'd most likely never go over that 4 gigabytes, because even 2 gigabytes for that matter, because we're not going to have customer data here. We're just going to be kind of playing around and building something. And then once we're done building it, then we would push it out to Azure. We'd push it out to AWS or to Rackspace or someplace in the cloud where there's lots and lots of storage. And if we run out of space, we just give them more money and it expands. So I don't want you to think that hard drive space is something that we have to worry about. It's just, we need enough space to store our tests on our local machine. And then once we push it out and go public, then if we need more space, we give them a couple more dollars a month and they expand our space and we're good. So, but the reason that I registered is because, can I get a refresh? There we go. Because registering told the system, hey, he's trying to register. Do we have some place to store that registration information? No? Oh, crap, we better create someplace. So it basically created the database on the fly, and that's what we had. That's why I had to refresh. And now if we look here, our default connection, by the way, if I go look in my configuration file, there's a reference to the default connection right here. And the default connection just says build a local database, a local MS SQL local database that's going to just be an attached file name that's going to go in the directory that this application is in, the ASP.NET, and it's going to be called ASP.NET Intro to Agile App Web UI, and then today's date, 2020, 5/7. So May 7th, 2020, and then a unique identifier 123643.mdf master data file, and the initial catalog or the name of the database. The name of the database is ASP.NET Intro to Agile App Web UI, and then that same unique identifier. And it's telling us that we're going to use integrated security or Windows security to log in. Anyway, long story short, that's why over here in the Server Explorer, we now have something called default connection because it matches up with that. And if we look in that default connection in the tables folder, that default connection has a table called ASP.NET users. And if we right click on that and say show table data.
Give me 1 second, Twan. I'm about to go grab me another beer.
There's my a.b.com. That email that we just registered has been created. And I don't have to go get my beer because I have my beer right here. My chalice is no longer frozen, though.
Let's do it. Cheers, bro.
Mm-hmm. Cheers, man.
Yep.
I was about to say I forgot to put another chalice in the freezer, but that was my last Stella anyway. That's why I decided to drink it. I only had one. Might as well put it out of its misery. It was getting lonely in the fridge.
Yeah, he said I'm about to have a beverage. I was like, oh man, is it too early? I was like, oh,
right? It's 5 o'clock somewhere.
Yeah.
Shoot, in Pakistan, it's one. Wow, it's 1 a.m. Yeah, the developers are sleeping. Actually, no, Usman's pretty hardcore. He's probably up.
Yeah, probably. You never know. People are people.
All right. Anyway, so that's our account. We're all set there. I think that's just about good for this demo. I'm going to go ahead and shrink this down. I'm not going to commit anything to source control yet. Actually, you know what? Let me take this one step further. Since I went all the way over here to the database piece, we'll at least finish the development side or the build side of this process. I'm going to take this default connection and I'm going to browse to it in the SQL Server Object Explorer. You can see that right there. But I'm going to open this up in there. And you can see by the name that it's selected it automatically for me. But just to verify, it's today's date, 2020-05-07. And then 123643 was our unique identifier. So now SQL Server, or our local instance of SQL Server, Management Studio here, or Object Explorer, knows that there's a database that we can now create a project from. Before I create that project, though, I want to make sure I know what folder that this web app is in. So I'm going to not add it to source control, but I'm going to look at its properties. I click on the solution, look at properties, and I'm going to copy this path. And now I'm going to come back over here to the SQL Server Object Explorer. I'm going to say create new project, and I'm going to use the path that I just copied. Come on. Except I'm going to delete the name of the file.